Hello everyone, if you're new to my channel, consider liking and subscribing. It will make me feel wonderful if you do that. Thanks. By the way, I also have another Naruto and Luffy fanfiction channel. If you are interested, link is in the description.
At the age of 15, Luffy dies. Due to an astronomical chance, a higher dimensional being and an individual from another universe, he gets a new life, infused with memories of a vastly different version of himself. Follow a self-aware Luffy as he navigates his messed-up world, armed with new knowledge, and tries his hardest to make everyone around him as joyful as possible. Adios.
Chapter 3 Journey to South Blue. We were on a gigantic snail this whole time? Luffy asked, surprised as he watched the two huge elongated ice stalks of the snail ship they were currently on. It had been a few minutes since they left Mariajoy, and he had been so lost in the Grand Line waters that he hadn't even noticed the front of the ship nor the ship itself until then. After seeing the snail, he looked at the rest of the ship and realized there were a couple of castles on the ship. And then he realized that he himself was inside an actual castle. The ship had actual buildings on it. "Yeah, our whole kingdom is like this," Reiju answered with a smile. "Right, seafaring kingdom," Luffy said, only now recalling it. Their whole kingdom was built on the backs of multiple gigantic snails that could disengage from one another. "Yep. This is just a small snail ship we use for travel. We'll be meeting up and docking with another larger ship we left near an island as it was too big to bring to the docks of Mariajoy." "I see," Luffy nodded in amazement. Even Leo's world, with as much widespread technology as it had nothing like this. Then again, he thought that he shouldn't be too surprised. This world had cyborgs like Frankie and Kuma, and also the Germa and the world government had human cloning technology. Guess science is more advanced in this world, but it's isolated to certain people and regions and not at all widespread, Luffy concluded sagely. "Any preference?" Reiju asked, handing a small map to Luffy. He studied the map for a second before looking back up at Reiju with confusion. "What?" "The island you want to be dropped off at. These are the islands we're gonna stop at, so if you know any, you can get off there," she said as she traced a finger over a path marked on the map. There were tons of sea currents and sea routes marked on the map which he didn't understand, but basically inferred that they were gonna stop at 4 islands in the Grand Line before heading to South Blue via the Calm Belt. Luffy saw all the names of the islands in their path, but didn't recognize any. Going to the New World in search of Giant Osan is out of the question, huh? You'll die. Plain and simple, Luffy nodded with a sigh. He had already thought of all ways he could get in touch with Ace, but it all required him to traverse the Grand Line by himself, and he also didn't know where exactly Ace was to even have a destination. He also didn't know where Whitebeard was either, so that was even more of a hurdle. So, Thatch's murder was something he couldn't prevent. "Then I guess I'm just going back to East Blue. Any suggestions on where I can get passage to East Blue from any of these islands?" "You can't navigate. I'm pretty sure I'll die within 30 minutes if I tried navigating the Grand Line." Reiju sighed. "And you dream of becoming the Pirate King. I'll have my navigator when I set out." Yeah. Anyway, no, I don't think there are any ships heading into any of the blues from the Grand Line, especially to East Blue. Maybe marine ships, and if you're lucky, you can find some pirates who are heading that way." Luffy frowned. "The closest island to the entrance then. I'll think of something when I get there." Reiju also frowned, but suddenly realizing something said, "You know, it's easier to get passage to East Blue from South Blue rather than the Grand Line or even the North Blue. There are some merchant companies that do trade in between the 4 blues, and you can probably find a merchant cargo ship in South Blue that's heading to East Blue and hitch a ride on it." She wanted Luffy to stay. She had only spent 4 days with him, enjoying his company a lot, and had even impulsively opened up to him a bit by asking about Sanji. She wanted to spend more time with him, and also, the journey to South Blue would be more fun with him around. Sure, Luffy just shrugged and accepted. He wasn't good at geography or navigation, and Leo's memories didn't hold any information about exact routes either, so he just decided to trust Reiju. He was sure he could travel on any of the blues without dying at least. Besides, he had never been to any of the other blues before, so he thought it would be nice to explore a bit of South Blue before going back. Reiju was surprised as she thought she would have to convince him more. Just like that? Tilting his head, Luffy just said, "Yeah, you said it's better, so it's better." "Well, okay then." Reiju happily chirped. Guess we'll be spending more time with one another then. It'll take about a month and a half to travel to a South Blue Island from here. Seeing the happy expression on Reiju's face, Luffy thought that he should make her life as joyful as possible for the short duration he would stay with her. He didn't know what would happen in the far future when the whole Cake Island arc happens, and he didn't care either as he was sure he would have deviated from the story by then. A few hours later, they reached the larger snail ship that Reiju had mentioned, and it really was much larger than Luffy had anticipated. It had numerous buildings on it and even had roads and pavements. It looked like a small city almost. The buildings reminded Luffy of medieval Europe castles and towers, but with a more modern touch. All the castles and towers were made of stone bricks with conical-shaped roofs, and the pavements and roads were made with stone brick tiles. And the snail the city was on was also massive. And much to Luffy's shock, he would later learn that this larger ship he thought was a big part of their kingdom turned out to be just a small travel ship they used for long travels, and the actual snails that their kingdom was on were much more massive. The smaller snail docked with the larger snail ship, and Luffy watched the docking mechanism in awe. The huge snail retreated into its shell, and the shell had a circular ring on its side which connected to a circular ring on the bigger snail ship. The bigger snail ship had 3 such rings on its side, indicating that it could connect to 3 small snail ships. The rings had latches that connected to each other and locked the 2 ships in place. Luffy was then led outside the lab, and he and Reiju walked through the castle, making their way outside to board the bigger ship. His eyes brimmed with curiosity seeing all the new stuff and the massive infrastructure. As the two walked towards the bigger ship, Luffy laid his eyes on Vinsmoke Judge for the first time. Judge was a massive man and looked pretty much like what he did in the story, including the mask on his face and his pointy mustache. Ichiji, Niji and Yanji also came out of their own castles, and the entire family made its way towards the bigger ship. Luffy was following behind Reiju, holding onto a few bags like he was her attendant, and she had asked him not to make trouble for her and to just keep his mouth shut and head down, so he tried to keep quiet. "Wait, is that my shirt?" Ichiji suddenly asked, pointing at Luffy. Reiju had brought him a change of clothes from Ichiji's wardrobe, which Luffy was currently wearing. It was just a bit too big for him, but he made it work. "Yeah, he didn't have any clothes, so I took one from your room," Reiju answered nonchalantly. "Problem?" "No, but that was one of my favorites." "Oh, hush you. All your shirts are pretty much the same," Reiju rebuked. "Yeah, Ichiji, it looks just like the one you're wearing right now," Yanji piped up with a grin. That started a small argument with Ichiji and Yanji, and Niji also joined in a minute later while Reiju rolled her eyes at them, and Judge didn't even care one bit. Luffy just watched them and thought that they just seemed like normal siblings, but he remembered how they had abused Sanji during his childhood and also Cosette during the WCI arc, how they didn't care one bit if they were dying or their siblings and father were dying, and knew they were monsters. But Luffy didn't feel any hostility towards them. They were just products of genetic engineering after all and had just lost their emotions. If anyone, why bastard of a father they had. He also saw the multiple servants and soldiers on the ship. There were some normal maids, butlers and servants, but what caught his attention were the multiple sets of nearly identical men and women walking around the ship, who he soon realized were clones. He recalled that there were different types of clones in the Germa kingdom, each having their own characteristics, like ones with huge broad shoulders, ones with short bodies, ones with tall and slim bodies, and so on. Reiju and the others all split up soon, and she led Luffy to a huge castle. Apparently, each sibling had their own castle they could build in any way they wanted, and the huge castle in front of him was Reiju's. It had multiple floors and even 2 towers protruding at the top that served as a sort of second and third terraces. Luffy was given the short tour of the castle and found that the first 2 floors just had normal house rooms like bedrooms, kitchen, etc. The third floor was her lab, and the highest floor was just an observation deck with a fantastic view. One of the protrusion towers, which served like a second terrace, was an open pool with a bar attached to it. And the other protrusion tower was a fully equipped high-class gym. It was extravagant, fancy, screamed rich, and pretty much looked like a 7-star hotel from Leo's world. Luffy was marveling at how huge and cool it all looked when Reiju spoke up. "Well, it's a small castle, but this is just an outhouse ship we use for travel, so I didn't have it built that extravagantly." Our actual home is the Vinsmoke Castle, which is in the middle of the main ship, and that castle is adequately sized," she said with no hint of sarcasm. Luffy just sweat dropped and muttered, "Damn rich people." "What was that?" Reiju asked dangerously. Nothing, Luffy placated. He didn't care about luxury and all in the first place, and Leo wasn't a materialistic person either, so his memories didn't affect him. He was absolutely fascinated with the third floor where Reiju's lab was though. There weren't just poison-related stuff in the lab but also many cool gadgets and weapons she had developed which seemed straight out of science fiction. There were 3D printers, taser staffs, cool guns with lots of different funky designs and functions, snail forms of dials which did stuff like record and print pictures and play sounds. And the most interesting thing of all was a small cloning machine. She had an actual miniature-sized cloning machine that fit on a desk in her lab, and Luffy vibrated with excitement when he saw it. Reiju told him that this particular machine could only clone small animals like rodents and that she mainly used it to create more mice clones for testing her poisons. She didn't mention anything about human cloning or how most of the people on the ship were clones, as it was supposed to be a secret, and Luffy didn't bring it up either. Luffy quickly fell into a sort of routine on the ship. He spent the first few days to recover from his injuries where he trained just a bit, but after he healed sufficiently, he started to train seriously like never before. The gym in Reiju's castle was his favorite place to spend his time in, as he had soon realized that it would help him grow much more stronger. Actually, calling it a gym was a disservice to it, as it had amazing tech that Luffy had never seen before. There was a treadmill, but the speeds at which it could go was insanely high. There were dumbbells and barbells, but one could attach as much weights as needed without it seeming too bulky. There were step mills, pull-down machines and many other gym equipment, but these were just way more high-tech and more challenging. For example, the treadmill. Not only did it have insane speeds he had never seen before, it could also fill up with water up to the waist, thus making running on it more challenging. Well, that was what Luffy thought at first, as the liquid was transparent like water, but when he tried it, he found that it wasn't water but a highly dense and viscous liquid in which taking a single step was a Herculean task, thus increasing its difficulty exponentially. And those were just the equipment he recognized. There were many more insane equipment which made him excited. There was a machine that was just a straight-up compress machine which would push down on someone. There was a sort of small padded room in which the walls and ceiling all had guns and cannons which would automatically fire projectiles like cannonballs, arrows, bullets, etc., at a person inside the room. They were random too, so there was no pattern either, thus making it difficult to dodge them. To train observation hockey, Luffy concluded correctly. There was also what Luffy thought was a wooden dummy he had seen in some martial arts movies, but when he tried it, he found out all the bars would actually move unpredictably and also hit back with enough force to make him yelp in pain. Luffy's jaws were on the floor the first time Reiju had demonstrated all those equipment, and he had instantly started training with excitement. He would train for at least 4 hours in the mornings before taking a break, then train for another 6 hours in the afternoon, break again, and end the night with another 3 hours of training. He also did all his training while wearing the sea stone cuffs. In the story during the Wano arc, Luffy had been put into sea stone cuffs too and made to work in the prison mines. His muscles had visibly bulked up by the time he got the cuffs removed, and he had gotten much stronger, so he realized it was a very effective training method and thus decided to put himself through it. It was very hard at first. Even though he had gotten used to being in the sea stone cuffs, it didn't mean he didn't feel extremely weak all the time. But he soldiered on, knowing that this would give him an incredible boost in strength. When Luffy wasn't training, he would spend his time in Reiju's lab, the pool, or her bedroom. The two were practically inseparable, and the only times they weren't together was when Reiju had to go to her family for meals or meetings. Even when Luffy was training, Reiju would spend her time in the gym and had even moved some of her lab equipment inside the gym so she could chat with him while she performed her experiments and he trained. She would also train every day with him, but not as much as him, of course. Most of the stuff in the gym was really simple for her, as she was exponentially stronger than Luffy, and she just treated what Luffy was struggling with as a warm-up exercise. The two also held sparring sessions together, which left Luffy frustrated as hell, as she could just stand in a single spot and deflect any attacks he threw at her quite easily. He was frustrated seeing the massive chasm of strength between himself and her, But he berated himself for thinking like that and told himself not to rush things. She was New World levels of strong, so her strength was to be expected. It would take time and a lot of effort before he became as strong as her. He also realized that he would be facing people who were as much as and even more stronger than Reiju in the Marineford War, and he knew he wasn't ready in the slightest. That was his major goal actually. To get strong enough to have a better chance at saving Ace. He was pretty sure that Ace wouldn't stop chasing after Teach even if he told him that it would lead to a war. The two had promised not to interfere in each other's adventure and to also live without regrets. So Luffy knew stopping Ace from going after Teach would be almost impossible. He would at least tell him all about Teach's powers, but who knew how the battle between them would turn out. Even Shanks was wary of Teach, so he definitely had some secret that made him so dangerous. Either way, for now he decided to train like he was preparing for the Marineford War. Apart from the war, another failure of his was in Thriller Bark where Zoro tries to give up his life for him. It was something he didn't like one bit, no matter how badass the scene was for Zoro as a captain, and there was no way in hell he was going to allow that to happen. So, he had to be strong enough so that he could face Moria and then also Kuma back to back. Another failure was with Aokiji in Long Ring Long Island. He knew he wouldn't get strong enough to defeat an admiral that early, but he could at least prepare enough to put up a decent fight. He sighed when he thought about his adventure. He didn't like that he knew all these future events already, but he was also grateful for it as it gave him his wake-up call way earlier. Losing his entire crew in Sabaody and then losing Ace in the war was the wake-up call for his story counterpart, and it was only then that he had realized how outclassed he really was. But in this reality, he had gotten his wake-up call much earlier when he got enslaved. The existence of Sea Stone was a shocking revelation to him, and the days he spent in his solitary cage made him realize that he was weak. All the events that led up to him dying in the pit had made him realize he was really weak. And then he got Leo's memories of his adventure, which just made him realize that he wasn't just really weak, he was utterly and hopelessly weak and outclassed. He needed to get stronger no matter what, and so, he pushed himself to extreme degrees and trained even after he was well past his limits. Even Garp would have been horrified to see how Luffy trained, and considering how he threw a 4-year-old child into a pack of ferocious wolves in the name of training, that was saying something. Seeing him like that, however, had left Reiju really worried, as the way he was abusing his own body in the name of training was nothing short of horrifying. He would push himself so much that she had to actually inject some sleeping agents into him when he went too far so that he wouldn't kill himself from exhaustion. She understood why he pushed himself that much though. She had seen his horrible wounds after all, and now that she believed his story, she realized that he must have been through a lot and was training so hard so that he would never be in such a situation ever again. After he healed enough to have his bandages removed, she also realized in horror that the long burned slash across his back was supposed to be the hoof of the flying dragon. She hadn't realized it in the beginning as it was covered with lots of other wounds, but now that those wounds were healing, the slash burn mark stood out. Those who didn't know about the mark wouldn't recognize it, but the people who knew would be able to tell due to the color and its vague shape after observing it closely. She had also treated him by herself so that no one else would see it, and didn't even take him to the ship's doctor, afraid that he might out Luffy. She didn't want to ask him about his time with the celestial dragons either, as she was sure it was a lot of bad memories. He must have felt useless and hopeless all that time when he was enslaved, and thus, he was training like this now so that he wouldn't feel like that ever again. She didn't like that he was pushing himself so much, but there was nothing much she could do for him other than have spars with him and help him train. As much as Reiju enjoyed spending time with Luffy and had let her guard down around him, a part of her couldn't help but think that he was someone suspicious and needed to be avoided. She hated that she felt that way towards someone she had opened up to so much, but she just couldn't help herself. Luffy was way too weird and knew about things he shouldn't. For example, they were talking one day and she had casually mentioned the existence of CP0, saying how strong they were, and he had nodded along saying that yes, they were indeed crazy strong. She hadn't noticed it at that moment, but when she later thought about it, she was gobsmacked, as the existence of CP0 was a sort of secret that only the top of every faction knew about. A no-name from East Blue like Luffy shouldn't even have known CP0 existed. Another incident was that even though he claimed to have never left East Blue, he was very well informed about the Grand Line. No one normal from East Blue should have knowledge about Paradise, let alone the New World. It had taken her an embarrassingly long time to realize that he shouldn't even have known what the New World was. The incident that made her extremely suspicious was when he had casually asked if she knew any revolutionaries. When she had asked why, he had said that he wanted to talk to Dragon of all people. The revolutionary dragon. She was befuddled, and when she asked why he wanted to talk to him, he just said it's a secret and didn't elaborate any further. The suspicious and distrustful part of her brain was screaming at her that Luffy was someone that shouldn't be trusted, that he was a spy collecting all sorts of information on her, and that she should lock him up somewhere and interrogate him for answers. But the same suspicious part of her brain was perplexed, as no one in their sane mind would actually just straight up ask questions like he did if they were a spy. He was making himself look so suspicious, and if he was a spy, that would be the last thing he would have done. Unless it's a double fake out and he was doing that because he would think that I would think that a spy wouldn't do this, she sighed. But most importantly of all, her intuition was telling her that she could trust Luffy. She was really good at reading people and had a sharp intuition that had helped her sniff out traitors before, and that very same intuition was telling her that Luffy could be trusted. But logically, she couldn't help but think he was suspicious. Her brain was malfunctioning thinking about Luffy. Reiju felt a sharp flick on her forehead and she realized that Luffy was in front of her looking at her with confusion. "You okay?" Yeah. She waved him off. It had been less than a week since they had left Mariajoy, and currently, the two were in the gym where Luffy was training and she was just lounging around. "Something's bothering you though," Luffy pressed on. Reiju just stared at him for a few moments before sighing. "It's about you. You're giving me a headache again." "What did I do this time?" Luffy asked, puzzled. "You're suspicious." "Again? I thought you trusted me now. Didn't you let it slip that Sanji was in fact alive?" Reiju groaned into her hands for that impulsive decision. "I did. And it's not that I don't trust you, you're just way too suspicious." Luffy sighed and sat down on the floor in front of her. "Okay. Let's clear this up. What makes you doubt me?" Reiju also sat down in front of him and started her questioning. "First off, why do you know so much about the Grand Line? You even know what New World is, and even about some islands in the New World and Paradise." "Well, if it's about my knowledge, then Leo told me all about it." "Okay. And how did Leo know?" He just did. He liked to read a lot and knew of all sorts of things and secrets of this world." "Where's he from?" "Nashville, but he moved to New York later, USA basically. You won't find that place anywhere on any map, as it's a sort of secret country almost. Not affiliated with the world government or any faction for that matter. And they don't interfere with anything that goes on in the rest of the world either." "This," Reiju exclaimed accusingly. "How is this not suspicious? A secret country? What the hell? It's just a country no one knows about in the wider world. Why is that so suspicious?" Luffy asked, honestly confused. He thought this cover was pretty good, and it wasn't entirely untrue either, as Leo's world wouldn't be found by anyone in this world, nor does Leo's world affect this world in any way. Reiju paused and took a moment to actually think about it. If what all Luffy said was true, then he was right. This world had so many unexplored islands, so it was entirely plausible for a secret country to exist. In fact, it would be strange if there wasn't one. "Okay, it's not, I guess." She trailed off, but then frowned when another question. "So if that country doesn't interfere with the rest of the world, why would they know anyone or any secrets?" "They just like to keep up with the news," Luffy shrugged. "So, you gather information for them? For Leo? What? So you like work for that country? What the hell are you talking about?" he asked, completely perplexed. "You said that they like to keep up." Reiju hastily justified herself when he started looking at her like she was an idiot. "So you infiltrate powerful families like mine and then send whatever you learn here to them." She trailed off, looking at the tired look Luffy was giving her. "Nothing like that." Luffy sighed. "I can't ever go back to that country. Neither can Leo. Let's just say he got kicked out and I met him after. Then, he taught me whatever he knew." "Wait, so you aren't blood-related brothers?" "Nope. We chose to become brothers. All my brothers are the same." "How many brothers do you have?" "3. "I see, so this secret country, where is it?" "Not on any map, and no one can go there." Reiju frowned, knowing she wouldn't get anything more from him. "Anything else that's making you suspicious? Why did you ask to talk to Dragon?" "Not my secret to tell." Reiju pursed her lips, looking at him with dissatisfaction, causing Luffy to sigh in frustration. "Look, Reiju, I know lots of secrets of lots of people. I'm not going to tell one person's secrets to the other. Why the hell are you getting angry? Reiju yelled, misreading his frustration as anger. I'm the one who should be getting angry, not you. I'm not the one keeping secrets. In this very serious and tense situation, Luffy suddenly started chuckling to himself while shaking his head, further pissing off Reiju. The hell are you laughing at? This is funny to you? No, Luffy placated but was still smiling with amusement. This just seemed like a couple bickering, that's all. Leo and Serena sometimes used to bicker like this too whenever Leo kept some things from her. Oh, Reiju also reviewed the conversation in her mind, and amusingly, it did seem like a bickering couple to her too. Well, you're not wrong. The two went silent for a few moments before Luffy sighed. Look Reiju. You'll just have to trust me on this. I'll tell you some time in the future of who Leo was and all. Reiju also sighed. Yeah, if you were some spy aiming to destroy me. You already have everything you need, and you could have even sent messages to someone by now. So, I've already lost. Guess so, yeah. Luffy said, getting up and ruffling her hair. You worried too much. And if you already think you've lost to me, then just trust me more. Rely on me more. Reiju looked up at him with a strange look. That is exactly what a spy who's trying to seduce me into submission would say. Don't you think the spy that would be sent on this mission to seduce you would be older if that was the plan? Yeah. Or are you telling me you're falling for me? Younger guys? That your thing? I'm sorry, but I don't want to be in a relationship? Reiju punched him in the gut while he just giggled. She was still sitting, so she grabbed his collar and yanked him down, bringing his face to her eye level. Okay. I'll put my blind trust in you, and even if a part of me is screaming at me to not trust you, I'll ignore it. Don't you dare betray me. Okay? I already have enough monsters in my life. I don't want any more. Ooh, but I am a monster too, Reiju. I'm gonna become the Pirate King, so I'll be crazy and monstrously strong. Reiju shook him hard once. You know what I meant when I said monster. Luffy chuckled but nodded his head and looked at her seriously. I promise. I'll never betray you, and I'll make sure that you choosing to trust me will be one of the best decisions of your life. Good. Now can you release me? I feel like you're about to kiss me here. If you are, I don't mean. Reiju injected him with a poison right at that moment, and he instantly fell on his back, his body jerking like he was having seizures and felt like it was on fire. Reiju calmly and happily took out a notebook and started noting down the effects of the poison, and only after a good few minutes did she inject him with the antidote. She again noted down the effects of the antidote. Luffy panted hard as he got up, his body feeling fine, but still the shock was just too sudden. He glared at Reiju with annoyance, but she just cooed innocently. If I remember correctly, you were the one who offered to be a guinea pig. Luffy sighed and nodded. Well, I'm meeting the consequences of my words, I guess. Can't you give me a warning at least? Nope, Reiju chirped, and without warning, stuck another injection in him, making him fall on his back once again, and this time, he felt like his body was freezing. This is gonna be a thing, huh? Luffy sighed in his head as he saw Reiju observing his condition and happily taking down notes. And it was as Reiju would randomly and suddenly inject him with poisons with no prior warning during his entire stay on the ship. He was probably injected with hundreds of poisons by the time he left her. He was kinda happy that she was injecting him with so many poisons though. For some reason, Story Luffy kept getting exposed to lots of poisons and kept getting more and more immunity to them. Reiju testing her poisons on him now would certainly help him in gaining more immunity, and he had even asked her to inject him with some well-known poisons too, so that his body could create antibodies to combat them and become immune. We're stopping at an island, Luffy yelled when he noticed that the ship had stopped moving and spotted an island through the window. It had been just over a week since they had left Mariajoy, and he was currently training in the gym with Reiju lounging around lazily in the gym too. Yeah, Reiju answered nonchalantly. Why didn't you tell me? Let's go explore it now. Luffy excitedly jumped around, pulling on Reiju. You want to explore? We'll just resupply and leave soon though. Hey, come on, it's my first island on the Grand Line. I want to see what crazy things this island has. Mariajoy was on the Red Line and wasn't really an island, so that didn't count. Reiju sighed but gave in after seeing his excited expression. We're only stopping for 3 hours here, so we can't do much. Only 3 hours? That's not enough time? Go tell that to Judge? Okay. Luffy said, and was actually about to run and tell Judge to extend their stay, but Reiju, who realized that he was actually going, panicked and caught him before he could run out the door. "What, you actually were going to him? Huh? You said it yourself though? I was being sarcastic, idiot. Never ever talk to Judge, okay? Okay, whatever. We only have 3 hours, let's go, adventure awaits," he declared, pulling her outside. Fine, Reiju grumbled as she let herself be pulled along. 10 minutes later, Luffy was standing on the shores of the island with his eyes shining and bubbling with excitement. It seemed like a normal city from afar, but once he got closer, he could see roads running along and connecting everywhere around the city. Roads were a specialty in this world as vehicles weren't widespread, so seeing roads had excited Luffy, thinking there would be vehicles here, and he wasn't disappointed as there weren't just vehicles here. There were monster trucks everywhere he looked. Monster trucks. Luffy breathed in awe and excitement as he practically bounced into the city and glomped the first monster truck he could get his hands on. Reiju quickly peeled him off of the monster truck, apologizing to the owner for Luffy's reckless and rude behavior, but seeing the awestruck look on Luffy's face, the owner just laughed it off. Hey, I want to ride one. Where can I ride one? Luffy hastily asked the owner, and he chuckled while giving directions to a racecourse derby where people could rent monster trucks and ride it in a field. Luffy was off like a rocket towards where he pointed. Well, at least he'd tee for the iron grip Reiju had on him. Relax, will you? I've been here before, so I'll take you there. These are monster trucks, Reiju, monster trucks. I've wanted to ride one for so long. Really? How do you even know of them? This island is pretty much the first time I saw these, Reiju asked as she led him towards the racecourse. Saw it in movies and shows, Luffy answered, only now taking in all the other things in the city. Many buildings were monster truck themed. He could see food shaped like monster trucks, and all the people were dressed like they were in a 70s punk rock band. Luffy did find everything interesting, but he mostly wanted to ride a monster truck as soon as possible before exploring the other facets of the island. 30 minutes later, Luffy was screaming in joy as he rode his monster truck in an obstacle race course with a screaming in fear Reiju in his passenger seat, holding onto the support handle for dear life as Luffy was crazy and reckless in his driving. Slow down, idiot. We're gonna crash, ha 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 ha. This is so fun, Luffy yelled as he swerved around the racetrack, almost crashing into the other trucks on the field. And it wasn't long before a few angry drivers drove up beside him, cursing him for almost wrecking their ride. Kid, stop now before we make you. How dare you? I almost crashed my ride because of your reckless driving. Leave the premises already. She, you can't stop me. I'm driving to the moon. The moon? That doesn't make any sense, another yelled. Luffy laughed louder, yelling, it doesn't have to. I've got a monster truck, ha 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 ha. That didn't make any sense. Reiju yelled from beside him, but only got louder laughter in return. Pretty soon, Luffy had a mob of monster trucks chasing him while he laughed in glee. The hell are you laughing for? Reiju smacked him, not able to understand the appeal of having a bunch of people giving you chase. Reiju, Luffy turned towards her with a grin. Just fucking enjoy this. This is a car chase but with monster trucks. Luffy focused his gaze back to the front while also taunting the others chasing him more by putting his head out the window, laughing right in their faces, which only increased the number of people chasing him. And Luffy loved every moment of it. There was a long line of trucks chasing him soon, and seeing that, he got a mischievous glint in his eyes. There was a big ramp in front of him, and Luffy floored the accelerator, whizzing straight at it with dangerous levels of speed, and the ones chasing him also increased their speeds. And soon, one of the longest chains of monster trucks started soaring through the air after going over the ramp and crashed onto the ground with lots of hollers and excitement. A crowd had also formed, and not knowing the full situation, they just thought that all of them were putting on a show and started cheering for them. The ones who were chasing Luffy also got excited hearing the crowd cheer for them, and soon, they started competing with Luffy and also one another instead of giving chase. Luffy led the charge by doing all sorts of reckless and dangerous tricks with the truck, which pretty much destroyed the truck by the end, and the others also tried emulating him, and soon someone started blaring music, people cheered louder, the drivers showed off their own cool and unique tricks, and an hour later, a huge party was thrown with Luffy leading it. All the ones he had pissed off had started playfully bantering with him and laughing at his ballsy but innocent and childish attitude. They even dressed him up in punk rock clothes with spiky shoulder pads, eyeshadow, leather pants, and Luffy loved his new look. And Reiju? She was having the time of her life. She had watched in awe as Luffy slowly turned the angry mob into willing competitors, and how he had pretty much started a party in the middle of the city with everyone who had hated him in the beginning now laughing along with him. She was also pulled into everything as Luffy's friend, and even she was dressed in punk rock clothes with a black leather jacket and skirt, thigh-high boots, eyeshadow and everything. She had so much fun that she didn't even realize when the 3 hours had passed by and a maid from the ship had to actually come and fetch her. Luffy was reluctant to leave so soon, and even the ones in the city were protesting their quick exit and asking them to stay longer, but alas, they had to leave nonetheless. With a tearful goodbye from a few people, they took their leave with a ton of souvenirs and gifts. Luffy happily waved back at them as they left, and even Reiju couldn't help but feel sad that they were leaving so soon. "So, did you have fun?" Luffy asked with a huge happy grin as the two came back to her room after their ship left the shore. Reiju just stared at him, still not believing how much fun she had had in just 3 hours. "How did you do that?" "Do what? You know, just have the whole city throw a party for you. You pissed them off at first, and then somehow an hour later, everyone was laughing and having fun alongside you." "I seem to have that effect on people," Luffy shrugged. "All I did was have fun. And seeing me have fun, people just joined in, I guess." "Right." Reiju nodded, having come to the same conclusion herself. All he did was have the widest grin and laugh at everything the angry mob threw at him, and slowly, they had turned it into a game, and Luffy's laugh and joy was infectious. "You still didn't answer my question, did you have fun?" Reiju gave him a huge goofy grin. "Yes, idiot. I had a lot of fun." She good. The remaining days with Luffy went by way too quick for Reiju's liking. She was for the first time in her life, having genuine joyous fun with him around. He was a hyperactive ball of energy, and she would never get tired of his stupid antics. He was also troublesome as he had no concept of danger or etiquette and would randomly start talking to her casually even when her maids or others were in their general vicinity, so she had to make sure that she kept Luffy away from them too. To everyone else, he was a slave, so he shouldn't be so casual with her. If her maids saw that, they would definitely get offended on her behalf, so she tried to keep everyone away as much as possible from her castle. She didn't tell Luffy to stop though, as she loved how he treated her like a friend. The month-and-a-half journey to South Blue took around 2 months due to some unavoidable delays. When they arrived at the first South Blue Island and Luffy was going to leave, Reiju was extremely sad. Seeing that though, he had asked her how long they would be staying in South Blue, and when she told him that they would be there for another month, he extended his stay and decided to get off at the last island they would be stopping at in South Blue, for which Reiju was extremely grateful and happy. And thus, Luffy ended up spending a total of 3 months with Reiju. They went to explore every island they stopped at, participated in unique customs and festivals the islands had, and just had the best time ever. They had sparring sessions together, went to bars and dance clubs when they stopped at islands for long enough, had long conversations about the silliest of things and also the most vulnerable of things Reiju had locked away in her heart. She had never imagined she would open up to someone as much as she had with Luffy, and she had the best 3 months of her life. Reiju also came to know that Luffy could play the guitar and the piano pretty well, and could play some really catchy tunes and songs. He also danced a lot, the not so good but not so bad kinda dancing, but he danced with so much joy that she and everyone else who saw him could only smile and join in. Though for some damn reason, he was very good at dancing with a partner. Tango, slow dancing, ballroom dancing and also the waltz, he did it with grace and poise. When she asked how he had learned that, he just said that Serena liked such dances and thus, Leo had to learn it. Fleo had taught it to him too. She had again gone paranoid as dances like waltz was only learned by royalty, and she had started thinking he was royalty of some kingdom, but she decided to ignore that as she had promised. By the end of the 3 months, she had talked so much and done so many things with him that it seemed like a lifetime of adventure to her. She couldn't believe that there was a time in her life where she didn't know Luffy and wondered just how she had managed to go so long without experiencing the kind of joy Luffy brought into her life. And that was saying something, as she had known him for only 3 months in her 20 years of life. She had even ended up giving names and titles to some of the conversations and incidents they had gone through, like the pouting bounty poster. "Show me your cuffs," Reiju said one day when she and Luffy were in her lab. It was still their first week together and she decided to do something about his cuffs. Tilting his head in confusion, Luffy just showed it to her and asked, "What for? Don't you want the cuffs removed?" Reiju said as she started scanning the keyhole in the cuffs to analyze and 3D print a key. Well yeah, but can you make it so that I can remove it and wear it like a bracelet?" "What? Why?" "For training. My body's made of rubber so my muscles don't develop that fast, I think. Also, if I train in my weakened state and build up my strength, I'll be much more stronger when I remove them." "I don't mind, but are you sure? You'll be in your weakened state, you know? Even you walking around with sea stone is a big deal and a part of me even suspects that you don't have devil fruit powers. I got used to it, I think. The slavers had me for 6 months, but honestly, I don't remember much of what happened at the beginning. I felt so weak and I wasn't even self-aware most of the time. But as time went on, I started trying to exercise in my cage and soon I could at least stand and do basic functions like a human. More time, and I could even fight. But you should still feel really weak, right? I don't think you'll just gain immunity to sea stone if you wear it long enough." "Yeah, I feel very weak and have been feeling it for a long time now. I think I'm like 20% as powerful as I would be without wearing sea stone right now, but anyway, it's good for training. So, please turn them into bracelets." Reiju sighed but acquiesced to his request. "Sure, I don't mind and it's easy enough." She finished analyzing the keyhole and started the 3D printer to make a key, which hardly took 10 minutes to be done. She then unlocked his cuffs and finally, after what felt like a lifetime, Luffy got his full strength and rubber powers back. "Oh god. I feel great. I missed you so much, my rubber body." Luffy grinned happily, twisting his body around in unnatural ways. It was honestly freaky in Reiju's opinion, and her doubts of him not being a devil fruit user vanished. When he twisted his head 360 degrees and still kept going, Reiju freaked out and smacked him. "Stop doing that, you idiot." She. "It doesn't hurt anymore when you hit me now," Luffy triumphantly said with a shit-eating grin. Reiju had smacked him multiple times whenever he said stupid things before, and he would always grumble that once he got his rubber powers back, her attacks wouldn't work anymore. Guess this is what he meant, Reiju thought with irritation, seeing his shit-eating grin. This had an easy solution though. She just picked up one of the sea's stone cuffs and hit him on the head with it. Luffy went wide-eyed, realizing what she had done, and proceeded to petulantly pout while grumbling. "Ah, the cute pout is back. I can never get enough of his cute pouting face," she squealed internally and discreetly picked up a camera and started taking pictures. When Luffy realized what she was doing, he gasped in shock and lunged at her to get the camera back, but she dodged and ran around while Luffy gave chase. "Give it here. I'm the future Pirate King. The Pirate King shouldn't have pouting pictures of him," Luffy yelled in panic. Reiju, who was just giggling trying to escape his stretchy hands, started howling with laughter as she heard what he said. "PFF, ha 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 ha, I didn't even think about that. Ooh, now, I'm gonna treat this like treasure. Ha 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 hee hee." Another idea popped up in her mind and she lost it, falling to the floor laughing her ass off while clutching her stomach. "I'll give this picture to the Marines and PFF hee hee hee. And tell them to use it for your bounty poster when you eventually get one. Ha. Imagine that. It's the bounty poster of the strongest man in the world, the Pirate King. And it's this cute picture of you pouting. Ha 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 ha." Luffy actually paled imagining that. "Don't you dare." He was on top of her now, trying to nab the camera as she lay on the floor holding onto it tightly like it was her treasure. It took a full 5 minutes for her to get over her laughing fit and relatively calm down. She looked into his panicked and pleading eyes with a mischievous glint. Okay, even I'm not that cruel. Here, I'll erase it," she said as she proceeded to remove the film roll and made it look like she destroyed them. Luffy exhaled a sigh of relief, muttering, "Thanks," and got off of her. Reiju sat up with a mischievous smile and hid another camera she had. She had discreetly switched the camera she had taken his pictures with another one, so she still had the pouting pictures. She didn't know if she would actually go through with the bounty idea, but she would at least save those pouting pictures because it was just too cute. The voice change incident. Luffy had an idea. Since his body was made out of rubber, he could actually change his voice by controlling the shape of his vocal cords by stretching or contracting it. Leo was a musician, so he knew all about how sound was produced. It was simple really. the shape and size of the vocal cords or larynx and also the shape of the vocal tract determined a person's voice. The vibrations made by the larynx travel through the throat, nose and the mouth, causing the air to vibrate, and thus creating sounds. The tension in the larynx, and the shape and size of the vocal tract determined the pitch, loudness and tone of a voice. If Luffy could actually change the shape and size of his larynx and the vocal tract, he could theoretically talk in any voice he desired or even just amplify his voice. He immediately started practicing by feeling out his larynx and its shape. He would try moving it slightly and alter its shape as much as he could while making sure it didn't feel like he was tearing it. He was wearing sea stone cuffs most of the time, so the only time he could practice it was when he was training without his cuffs on, which was around 3 hours every day. It took him a couple of weeks before he actually managed to get little control of it and successfully managed to alter its shape slightly. A few more days and he got enough control over it to start testing. He started by going, "ah," while modifying his larynx, and it actually sounded like someone was tuning a musical instrument. Seeing that it was a success and confirming that he could actually tune his voice, he started training it more by modifying the larynx and his vocal tract in different ways. He didn't know what shape and size would produce what kind of sound, so he just decided to brute force it. Thus, he basically went, "ah," while modifying his larynx in different ways to produce different sounds and voices. It took another week of this before he got enough control of his larynx to actually use a completely different voice. He had only managed to make his voice really deep to talk like Batman or make it very high to sound like a woman. For now, he could do the basic spectrum from a deep voice to a high-pitched voice. And it had taken him just over 2 months of practice to achieve this. Fine-tuning sounds and imitating actual people's voices would take more time, but he was sure he could train more and improve upon it to truly imitate any person's voice he wanted perfectly. When Reiju had first heard Luffy going, "ah," she sweat dropped thinking, "what is this idiot doing now?" But when she had asked him, he had just said, "Sek, ret," with a mischievous glint in his eyes. It was almost comical. Luffy was doing his vocal exercises while he was doing other physical exercises, so he would be doing push-ups or sit-ups all the while going, "ah." Reiju had laughed the first couple of times she had seen it, but as it went on for almost 2 months, she started to get worried if he had hit his head somewhere. When Luffy finally revealed what he was doing to her by just casually going, "What's up?" in a woman's voice, she took a minute to actually understand what he was doing. She was flabbergasted as soon as she realized it and smacked him angrily. "You were actually trying to modify your larynx? It's a sensitive organ. You could actually tear it and lose your voice, you goddamn idiot." "Honestly didn't think of that," Luffy said sheepishly, rubbing his head. "But I don't think it will tear. I abused the hell out of it for the past 2 months, stretching and contracting it, but nothing happened." She. In the story, he abuses his entire body with his gears, and apart from a few side effects in the beginning, nothing really happens to him. There were some theories that he was actually shaving off some of his life by doing that, but Luffy honestly didn't care even if it was true. So he didn't think that just manipulating the larynx would be a big deal. "Idiot!" Reiju screamed and dragged him to the ship's doctor to get him a checkup. She could treat wounds and scars, but she was out of her depth regarding the throat, so she had no choice but to drag him to the doctor. Besides, it was just a throat checkup, so Luffy wouldn't even have to take his shirt off and expose the burn mark, so it would be fine. Luffy protested, of course, saying how she was overreacting, but she didn't listen to him and just dragged him to the doctor. She explained to the doctor what the idiot had done and asked him to check his throat and everything. The doctor's sweat dropped, never expecting someone to even attempt something like this, but proceeded to perform scans and run tests on Luffy's throat. As the doctor retired to his office to analyze the results of the tests and file a report, Luffy and Reiju sat outside in an uncomfortable silence. Luffy knew that if anything was wrong with his larynx, Reiju would get super mad at him. On the other hand, if nothing was wrong with it, then too Reiju would be super mad because he had attempted it. "Honestly, what the hell were you thinking?" Reiju sighed exasperatedly, shaking her head. "That it would be cool if I could talk in different voices," he said cautiously, "like I could go, 'I'm Batman,' in Batman's voice." "What the fuck is Batman?" "He's this cool superhero Leo told me about," Luffy piped up excitedly. "He dresses like a bat and fights crime in the dark of the night. He has this really cool and deep voice which I wanted to emulate." Again with this Leo guy, Reiju huffed angrily. He filled your head with too much stupid information. If he wasn't already dead, I would have punched the life out of him myself. Whenever Luffy said some strange things or stories she had never heard about, Reiju would ask from where or who he learned it from, and Luffy would just say, "Leo told me about it." He had explained to her that Leo read a lot, so he would tell him all sorts of stories and teach him stuff. It wasn't a lie technically. Just the circumstances and the method of teaching was an instantaneous memory transfer. So whenever Luffy did or said something strange, he would just throw Leo under the bus, and in Reiju's mind, Leo had become the bad influence friend who had corrupted the innocent Luffy. Which again, wasn't too far off from the truth. The only good opinion she had of him was that he had saved Luffy's life. Luffy had just said that Leo had given up his life for him but hadn't elaborated much, and thinking it was a sad topic, she hadn't inquired any further either. Luffy was still talking about how cool Batman was, and Reiju was just humming along, not listening at all, when the doctor called them back into his office. "Well, I don't see any damage to your larynx or any part of your throat, so everything is good. Being made of rubber really saved you. Fascinating, really. Devil fruits sure are strange." He trailed off wistfully before shrugging his thoughts off and adding, "But I advise you to not do that anymore. Who knows how much wear and tear you can take." Reiju finally sighed in relief, only now realizing that she was holding her breath in apprehension. She wondered when this boy had become so precious to her that she would get this worried over him. "Sometimes should be okay, right? Like when I want to prank someone, I'll just go, boo, and watch them freak out," Luffy said, voicing the boo in a raspy, spooky tone. Reiju just dope slapped him. "Sometimes should be fine," the doctor said flatly with a sweat drop. They thanked him and left his office with a fuming Reiju, and Luffy had to spend some time appeasing her. The lipstick debacle. Luffy had suddenly walked into Reiju's room one morning while she was still applying makeup, looking like he wanted to ask her something. Reiju, still putting on her cherry-flavored pink lipstick, turned to him and raised an eyebrow, asking what he wanted. He started to say something but then abruptly stopped and stared at her. More specifically, stared at her lips. He then licked his own lips subconsciously, gasped softly as if he had had a sudden realization, and then his shoulders slumped down as if he was sad about something. Then, without saying a word, he left. Reiju just sweat dropped at his behavior. When he kept staring at her lips and then licked his own lips, she thought that he was thinking about kissing her. Which was a surprise, as she had spent all this time with Luffy and he hadn't shown much of a reaction towards her that indicated he wanted her SXU ally. Sure, he had stared at her for more than necessary when she was wearing really short shorts or just a bra in the mornings or sparring sessions, but she had soon found out that he was actually admiring her strong physique rather than lusting after her. To be honest, she was slightly peeved at that. She knew that she was SXY, and here was this boy, in the midst of his puberty, and he wasn't showing any interest towards her. She wanted to tease him so much, but he just didn't get flustered. She also had this whole sensual vibe going for her where she would talk with anyone a bit sensually, but with Luffy, she just couldn't bring herself to do it. He already thought she was a pervert because of the "lick my feet" fiasco, so she felt embarrassed ever since then whenever she felt like sensually teasing him. And when such words did slip out due to habit, sometimes, he would just look at her with strange amusement, which only further made her more embarrassed. So thinking that he finally paid some attention to her SXU ally, she wanted to badly tease him. When they met later, she asked what his reaction was about, but he just shrugged it off, saying it was nothing. His shoulders slumped down a bit again, so she knew that whatever it was, it made him sad. She kept pestering him for a couple of days, but he didn't give her a straight answer. Realizing she wasn't going to get an answer, she decided to change tactics. Make up embarrassing stories to explain his behavior, and as the stories kept getting more and more embarrassing, he would start getting flustered and spill the real reason. When they met later in the night, she decided to put her plan in action. "Luffy, what was that reaction a couple of days ago when you came into my room in the morning?" "It was nothing. Just drop it already, will you?" Luffy muttered. She pressed on. "You were licking your lips staring at mine. Ooh, did you think of kissing me, foo, and then realized you had no chance? And that's why you became so sad?" she asked with a. Luffy just tilted his head and stared at her as if she was an idiot, and that reaction only irritated her. "What do you mean I have no chance? We've already kissed," Luffy stated simply. "Huh?" She blinked dumbly. Once again, any plan or interrogation tactic she tried to use on Luffy crumbled with just one statement from him. He sighed before explaining. Yeah, that's what I realized that morning. When you rescued me from the pit and I woke up in your lab, I tasted this cherry flavor in my mouth. I just wrote it off then and didn't think much about it, but this morning I finally realized where exactly that taste originated from. It was you. Your cherry-flavored lipstick. You sucked the poison out of me directly using your mouth, didn't you? Reiju blushed knowing how that looked to someone who didn't know she sucked poisons through the mouth. He had already called her a pervert so many times, and if he found out that she had actually sorta kissed him while he was unconscious, she would seem like an actual pervert. So, she tried to deny it. Whwa? I did no such thing, she managed to stammer. I know you suck poisons out through the mouth. No need to deny it, Luffy said with a flat look on his face. Getting caught in a lie further embarrassed her. Well yeah, it was the only way to suck out the poison. And it was just a peck on the lips. Damn it. I'm the older one here. Why am I getting so embarrassed? Why am I stuttering? Stop failing me, my damn mouth. And stop lying, she screamed inside her head. Nope. I could taste it all around the inside of my mouth and gums. You stuck your tongue in me and licked all the poison out. Stuck it in deep. And it wasn't the only time either. I felt the same taste a few times when I wake up after you inject your poisons. Guess you had to suck out the poisons when the antidote didn't work, huh? Luffy added, only embarrassing her more. She went even more red at that. It was true that she didn't need to lick his gums and all, but she would get lost in the taste of the poison sometimes, and she couldn't help herself when it was tasty. And the poison he was injected with was really tasty. It was also true that sometimes the antidote she was testing didn't work and she had to suck out the poisons from him. Calm down, calm down. I'm the adult here. How can he nonchalantly say, you stuck your tongue in me, without getting embarrassed? Okay, calm down, calm down, calm down. She quickly composed herself, but her face was still a bit red. Well, sorry for saving your damn life, you ungrateful bastard. Should I have left you there to die? Hey, I never said anything like that, Luffy placated. I'm grateful that you did what you did. Then why the hell did you get sad after realizing that in the morning? Well, I was kinda peeved that it was my first kiss and I wasn't even awake for it. That's all. Nothing major, Luffy said sheepishly, rubbing his head. That's it? That's why you were sad? Reiju asked incredulously. Noticing Luffy slightly averting his eyes, however, she knew it wasn't the truth. No, that's not it. You wouldn't care about something like that, and besides, that wasn't your first kiss. You yourself told me that you were great at kissing, so you've obviously kissed before. There's something more. Spill it, now. Knowing he had no way out, Luffy sighed and confessed, I noticed that the lipstick you used was cherry flavored. Then I started thinking that it would have been nice if it was meat flavored. Then I realized that there was no way something like meat flavored lipstick exists, and that made me sad. A beat passed. Another beat passed. Another beat passed before his words got processed and Reiju's anger finally burst. You goddamn Sunuva, of all the stupid, idiotic, moronic things you could have said, you were sad that there's no meat-flavored lipstick? Meat-flavored? You goddamn idiot. Reiju shrieked and started throwing whatever she could get her hands on at Luffy, causing him to promptly bolt out of her room. A couple minutes later, Reiju was panting, exhausted from her outburst. Of all the things he could have said, she sighed and rubbed her face in frustration. Hey, she heard Luffy's soft voice. He was just outside her room with only his head sticking in, watching her cautiously. What? She snapped irritably. I may not have been awake, but you tasted really good. Maybe when I'm older, we can do it again? He asked cheekily and bolted away without waiting for her answer. She went red in the face again and yelled loudly, You goddamn idiot! Who the fuck wants to kiss you? She only heard his loud laughter in response. Trouble magnet. Reiju had realized early on that Luffy was a trouble magnet that would attract trouble on any island they stopped at, and honestly, if she wasn't there, he would have been killed multiple times already. They had been to 4 islands on the Grand Line, and even though they had just stopped for not more than 3 hours at each island, Luffy had gotten into trouble on 2 of those islands, which would have gotten him killed if she wasn't there. He would somehow run into someone who was in trouble and just decide to help them out. It would be some simple situation at first glance, but it would soon end up embroiling someone powerful, and Luffy would just charge into the situation fearlessly and get into fights with them. For example, the second island they stopped at seemed fairly normal, but they had run into a kid who was running away from some thugs, and they saved her. Reiju thought that that was the end of it, but for some reason, Luffy decided to tag along with the kid and escort her home. When she asked why he was doing that, he just grinned at her and said that his spidey senses, whatever the hell that meant, was tingling, and his intuition was telling him that something fun would happen if he escorted the kid. She had just shrugged and tagged along, chalking it up to Luffy being weird as always, and since they just had to escort a kid, she didn't mind. She thought that they would drop her off at her home and then would continue exploring the island. And boy was she wrong. The moment they had stepped into the kid's house, an assassin had attacked them. Reiju quickly diffused the situation, of course, and was about to kill the guy, but the kid begged her not to do it while crying and prostrating herself. Luffy told Reiju that they should hear them out first to see why they attacked them, and she agreed. With tears, the kid confessed that her name was Ivy and she was the princess of a neighboring country on the same island who had run away because she had found out that her father had been replaced with an imposter. She believed that someone had disguised as her father, and when she investigated, she turned out to be correct. A pirate who kinda looked like the king had apparently schemed and kidnapped the real king while he replaced him. The king was kept in the town they were currently in apparently, and thus, she was here to free her father, along with her guard. The fake king, having realized this, had sent assassins after her, and they had thought that Luffy and Reiju were assassins sent by the fake king when they suddenly barged into her life out of nowhere. Luffy had just laughed off the misunderstanding, much to Reiju's annoyance. He had almost died by the guard's hands and he had the audacity to just laugh it off. Luffy didn't care one bit, as he instantly decided that he would help the kid out, much to Ivy's and Reiju's shock. His answer to why he was helping them was, because it seems fun. Reiju tried to stop him, saying they didn't have much time, but Luffy shrugged it off, saying they would be quick. And thus, Operation Rescue the Real King began. It was really easy for Reiju, as she could pretty much take out anyone there within seconds with her poisons, but Luffy insisted on fighting. They infiltrated the building the king was being kept in, fought off a bunch of people. Luffy showing his serious fighting prowess for the first time in front of Rayers. The real king was rescued and reunited with his daughter. They literally didn't have any more time to spend on the island, so without even waiting for a thank you, the two left after making sure the king and princess were safe, and ran to their ship, barely making it in time. Reiju had secretly snuck out with Luffy, as she had realized from the monster truck island that Luffy made a lot of noise on any island they went, and she didn't want any attention. That was fun, huh? Luffy grinned at her and she grew annoyed looking at the state his body was in. He was battered and bruised pretty much everywhere, as the number of enemies they had faced was a lot. He could have fought off anyone one-on-one, but there were more than 50 enemies trying to kill him all at the same time, so he had had a lot of trouble fighting them off. And if she wasn't there, he would have definitely died. And that island was just the beginning. The third island they stopped at in the Grand Line was an island of waterslides, where rows of waterslides flowed like veins throughout the entire island, and people usually used that as a transport method. They were always in swimwear as a result. Even professional office workers, and he again found someone who was in trouble and decided to help them out. One thing led to another, and they soon found the former ruler of that island plotting an evil plan of electrifying the entire water supply of the island, which would have led to the death of thousands of people. He apparently had some grudge with the current ruler and also the citizens that they didn't bother to listen to, as they were in a hurry and just beat up everyone involved. That was a more dangerous fight, as Luffy had to face a zone user, but he fought long and hard to defeat them. She just watched, ready to jump in case he needed help while taking out the rest of the fodder, but he managed to defeat the person in time and saved the whole city again. The pattern continued in South Blue, where he found trouble in one of the 3 islands they stopped at and saved an entire village from an oppressive pirate crew because a little girl gave him food when he entered the village, and a few minutes later he saw that she was in trouble. South Blue was way easier, and she didn't need to be worried at all, as Luffy could easily fight anyone. But the way he just put his own life on the line for someone he just met a few minutes prior frustrated her a lot, but also made her respect him a lot. When she had once asked why he helped all those people he didn't even know, his simple answer was, "People who give food to others while expecting nothing in return are good people. So I liked them and saw them as my friends." They were in trouble. My friends were in trouble. And they wanted to fight. So, I helped them out, that's all. Reiju was left speechless at his simplistic answer and belief. So you want to be a hero? She asked after she processed his words. Luffy's face scrunched up in disgust as he blanched. No way in hell do I want to be a hero. The only reason I helped them all out is because there was someone willing to fight. If Ivy didn't want to save her father, if the people in that waterslide island didn't want to stop that former ruler, I never would have interfered. They were my friends and they wanted to fight, so I helped them out. If they didn't, and I had no personal reason to interfere, I wouldn't have bothered. Huh, well, I guess that's true. Reiju trailed off wondering how Luffy's mind worked. He was an enigma to be sure, but his logic seemed perfectly simple and at the same time so complex too. His thinking wasn't that profound or revolutionary, but it was insanely hard to put into practice across all situations. It was fine if it was a single pirate crew or weaklings who were the enemies. But what would he do if the opponents were insanely strong or as powerful as the Yonko or the admirals? He would obviously not fight them, was her conclusion. In the coming years, however, when Luffy started his journey and did one crazy thing after another where he was always in the news for his daring actions, she realized that she had never been so wrong about something in her life. He would absolutely fight a small pirate crew or an entire nation or even the whole world for his friends. Join my crew. It was the fourth and last island they had stopped at on the Grand Line, and Luffy and Reiju had obviously gone out to explore. Again, they would be here just for 3 hours for resupplying, so they didn't have much time. Unfortunately for Luffy, this was just a normal city and nothing unique stood out to him. They had a lot of malls and shopping stores though, and seeing that Reiju had pulled him into a shopping spree, she thought it would be a good time to buy him some clothes, as he only wore some old clothes the soldier clones had. Luffy grumbled, but after seeing the excited expression on Reiju's face, he didn't protest much and allowed himself to be dragged into a clothing store. Reiju had fun playing dress up with Luffy while Luffy hated it. He just wanted to pick some red shirts and black or blue pants and be done with it. But Reiju vehemently protested, saying that he had to try everything on before buying it. She kept squealing in delight whenever Luffy came out wearing a different pair of clothes she had picked out for him, and was happily telling the vendor to pack whichever clothes she thought looked good on him. After Luffy's clothes shopping was done, he wanted to explore the island, but unfortunately Reiju said that it was her turn now and started picking out clothes for herself. Luffy just sighed and sat near the changing room, accepting that he would be appeasing her. As expected, she came out of the changing room after trying on every dress and would ask his opinion on how she looked. Another thing he had learned from Leo's memories was how to treat girls on dates. Although this wasn't a date, shopping for clothes was an integral part of the girlfriend experience. It had taken Leo a few tries to figure out the correct response when Serena asked for his opinions on her clothes, and that was to be half honest. If it looked good, say it's good. But if it's not, then subtly say it doesn't suit her. Not outright say that it doesn't look good, but to subtly reject it. At least that's how it worked with Serena. Luffy followed the same thing Leo did with Serena and gave his opinions. Hot. Nice. Suits your eyes. The color doesn't seem to go well with you. Try the same outfit in a different color. You look great. Reiju was honestly surprised that Luffy was actually giving proper advice. She figured he would just nod and say, "It's good," for everything, but he gave compliments and also subtly rejected those he thought didn't look good on her. And for the most part, she agreed with him. Does he have a girlfriend back home or something? She wondered. After Reiju was done shopping, they just went around various shops and window shopped, went to various food stalls, bought lots of food and just had a jolly good time. While they were exploring, a log pose shop caught Luffy's eyes. He hadn't ever seen a log pose himself, so he went over and started looking at them curiously. There were all kinds of shapes and designs for the handles, but the log pose themselves were the same, as spherical glass ball filled with a liquid and a needle hanging inside it. Some were rotating wildly while some were pointing in a certain direction, having locked onto an island. Do you know about log poses? Reiju asked after seeing Luffy curiously eyeing them. Yeah, Leo told me about them. I hadn't seen them in real life, so was just curious. She hummed, looking through all the log poses herself, and soon picked one excitedly, showing it to him. Ooh, this one is an eternal pose to Whitek Island. That's one gorgeous island, perfect for a vacation. Luffy didn't recall any Whitek Island from the story, so asked, "What's it like?" "It's a tropical island. It has one of the most gorgeous beaches I've ever seen and the food specialties are to die for." A smile reminiscing the time she had gone there, and Luffy listened with excitement. Watching Luffy's excitement, Reiju giggled and decided to buy the pose for him. "Here, I'll buy it for you. You'll come to the Grand Line when you start your journey, right? Visit this place then," she said and started haggling with the vendor over the price. Luffy just nodded and suddenly remembered how in the story, they had randomly sailed to find Drum Kingdom to get Nami a doctor after leaving Little Garden. He didn't want to take any chances like that in reality, as if they had delayed by even a mere 2 days, Nami would have died, so he decided to buy one here. "Do you have any eternal poses to Drum Kingdom?" he asked the vendor, and he nodded, searching and giving him the log pose. "Drum Kingdom? Why?" Reiju asked quizzically. "I heard that they have the best doctors. I was planning to recruit my crew's doctor from there. Could you please buy this one for me too?" "Yeah, I did hear something like that. Sure, I'll buy it." She bought a couple more log poses, saying that he should definitely visit those places too, and the guy packed the 4 log poses safely, putting them in a padded chest. They were all wristwatch-sized log poses, so they were pretty small and easily fit in a small chest. Reiju paid for them and then they started roaming around again. Just before they had to leave the island, they decided to get some coffee, so they went to a cafe and ordered after sitting at a table. While they were waiting for their orders to arrive, Luffy decided to ask her something that was bugging him from the beginning. "Hey, don't you want to know where Sanji is?" She hadn't asked him about his exact location at all. Luffy had only told her that he works in a restaurant but hadn't mentioned which restaurant or where it was located, and she didn't look like she was curious about it either. Reiju shook her head slightly. "No, not really. He escaped from this family and is now living a good life. As long as he's happy, that's enough for me." Luffy just nodded solemnly at that. "Don't you want to run away too?" She was a bit reluctant at first to answer this question, as this was straight up admitting she hated her family. She had never told a single person about her true feelings, but in the end she ended up being honest with him. Like they had already talked. Luffy had everything he needed to destroy her life already, so telling him one more thing wasn't that big of a deal. "Of course I do, but I don't have a choice. Father would never let me go. Sanji was a failure according to him, so he didn't care much about him, but I'm too valuable for him to just let me go. He would send armies after me to get me back," she said with a sad smile. Luffy didn't like it. "Come with me then. We'll go to East Blue and you can join my crew." Reiju was surprised but still had a small sad smile. "Are you asking me to elope with you?" In a non-romantic way, "Yeah." Reiju chuckled at that but still had that small sad smile Luffy was starting to hate. "You're not strong. He would just kill you and take me back. Then my life would become even more of a hell than it already is." Luffy fumed irritably at the "you're not strong" comment. He knew it was true. The Germa family was New World levels of strong, and as he was now, they would curb stomp him easily. It was only after the 2-year training with Rayleigh that he got really strong and could fight with them in the story. Luffy just fumed in silence at his own weakness, and the table was silent until their orders arrived. Taking a sip of his chocolate milkshake, Luffy finally broke the silence. "I'll train hard and get really strong. Then, I'll come for you and you'll join my crew," he stated resolutely. Seeing the resolute confidence in his eyes and also the slightly suggestive way he had framed that sentence made her giggle. Idiot. The "you'll join my crew" statement finally registered in her mind, and she protested, "Hey, don't just decide what people will do. You have to ask them if they'll join your crew. Not tell them that they'll join your crew." Luffy just shrugged. "Don't care. I've decided that you'll join my crew, so you'll join." Reiju sighed and smacked him. "That's not how it works, man. I pity all your future crewmates if this is how you're gonna recruit them." She. Don't just laugh," she yelled and smacked him again. They left the cafe after finishing their drinks, and as they were making their way back, the atmosphere was still a bit awkward. "I'm serious, Reiju," Luffy said, knowing she didn't take his earlier words seriously. Reiju just eyed him sideways. "Don't get my hopes up needlessly. I don't need that in my life." Luffy sighed, shaking his head in annoyance. "You and Sanji are so similar, a couple of self-sacrificial bastards that don't care for themselves and always try to take everything on by themselves." Reiju blinked in bewilderment, stopping right in the middle of the street. Forget it for now, Luffy sighed and looked at Reiju challengingly. I get that I'm not reliable yet in your eyes, but within 3 years after I start my journey, I'll come for you. I'll beat Judge into the ground and whoever he sends after you, be it the entire Germa army. I'll make that bastard release you and then you'll join my crew. I'll destroy your entire kingdom and take you with me if it comes to that. Reiju was honestly taken aback by the resolute confidence and resolve in his eyes and didn't know what to say to that. It would be a dream come true if that actually happened, but would he really do that for her? Even if he wanted to, could he do that for her? Her father had control over her. But if Luffy really got strong enough to beat him and everyone in the army into the ground? She shivered with ecstasy just thinking about Judge being beaten to a pulp. She could actually escape from his grasp. Luffy started walking again and she started following him without saying a word. She knew that he had a big dream, and seeing the way he trained himself, she knew he was really serious about it. If he actually was serious about her joining his crew, and if Sanji also joined his crew, she could be with him too. I'll hold you to it then, show me your strength, she muttered, her voice barely above a whisper, but Luffy heard her. She I will. Reiju nodded with a genuine smile as the two made their way back to their ship. Fuck Leo. Hey Luffy, do you have a girlfriend back home? Reiju asked Luffy one day as they were spending the afternoon lazing in the pool. That morning's sparring session had been intense, so they decided to just take it easy and rest in the afternoon. Reiju was lounging in a chair beside the pool while Luffy was floating in the pool on an inflatable chair, both sipping a drink. Even before the lipstick debacle, she had noticed that Luffy would never get flustered if he saw her in SXY clothes. Once, he had even walked in on her changing and she was practically naked, but he just went, "Oops, sorry," and walked out. He didn't get flustered even a tiny bit. He complimented her when she wore something nice. He would nonchalantly say, "You stuck your tongue in me," without batting an eye, took all her sensual teasing with amusement, teased back just as much, knew about SX positions and fetishes and would talk about them casually, and so many more similar instances which should have reduced a 16-year-old into a blubbering mess, but Luffy was different. It was like he had already experienced all this stuff, which led her to believe he had a girlfriend. Thus, she asked the question. Luffy, who was floating in the pool with a relaxed expression, turned towards her with a raised eyebrow. What brought this on? Just curious. Answer me, damn it. No, I don't. Is that so? She said, obviously not believing him. Ex-girlfriend? Nope. Do you hang out with a lot of girls? Not really? Then how the hell do you seem so, she thought for a moment, searching for the right word, experienced with women? Oh, watching Leo the First. Guess I'm gonna kill him when I see him in the afterlife. Reiju vowed silently. She would always get irritated when his name was brought up, as it would be usually followed by something stupid or something insane. Luffy continued, not knowing he was ruining Leo's image. Yeah, Leo had a few girlfriends in his life. He told me of his experiences from being with them and how he learned to be a good boyfriend. Especially Serena. She was the love of his life and the two did a lot together, and I saw all that. Including his SXUAL experiences. Yeah. Luffy didn't really have a way to say that he had seen them go at it. From first perspective no less, in a way that didn't seem SXUAL. So, like voyeurism. No, he just told me, Luffy quickly said, clearly not having thought about how this sounded to other people before. I see, so that's why, Reiju said calmly, but on the inside she was fuming. He was obviously lying and he had definitely seen Leo going at it with someone. If his enslavement was to be considered, then he was 15 before he got caught by slavers, so he was younger than 15 when Leo had exposed himself and his girlfriends in front of Luffy. She fumed in anger as she added another vow. I'm gonna castrate that fucker and feed him his own balls. How dare he tell such stuff to a kid who wasn't even 15 yet and have SX right in front of him? Fuck that bastard Leo. It was this incident that solidified the idea that Leo was an evil bastard who had corrupted the poor innocent Luffy got etched in stone in Reiju's mind. Useful purpose. Luffy had almost zero contact with Reiju's brothers and Judge. He was in close proximity to them only one time when they had come aboard the ship, but even then, he was with Reiju. Apart from Reiju, the only other people he talked to were the chefs who made them food every day, a couple of maids and the doctor he had visited a couple of times. But there was one time when he was alone and had run into one of her brothers. He was just outside Reiju's castle after coming back from a doctor's checkup of his throat. Reiju was sleeping in that day, so he had just went alone. Yanji was also walking outside when he spotted Luffy and called out to him. Luffy had seen him and just tried to go inside the castle without meeting his eyes, but when Yanji called out to him, he stopped. "Hey, you're that slave Reiju brought in, right?" he asked, coming up to him. Not having a choice, he just replied, "Yeah, that's me." Eyeing him up and down critically, Yanji started speaking. "Reiju seems different these days. And you're the only different thing that has changed in her life in that last few weeks, so I can only assume you're the reason she's changed." "Changed how?" Luffy asked, confused. Well, take yesterday for example. We were sitting in the meeting room waiting for father to come when she randomly said something like, "Purpose, I think," and then started giggling. When I asked her what was so funny, she just waved me off saying I wouldn't understand. What was that about? Purpose. Luffy thought for a moment before realizing what it was and nodded with a chuckle. Yeah, she was probably remembering the joke I told her and was laughing. "What's the joke? Tell it to me too," Yanji asked with a bit of interest. "Sure." Luffy nodded with a huge smile and then proceeded to tell Norm Macdonald's useful purpose joke. There was this guy whose name was Jacques de Godino back on our island. He was a smart fellow, you know. Really bright, really smart, and all of us in the village, we had our hopes on him. That he'll do big things in life, you know. He started narrating in Norm Macdonald's way of speaking, saying how Jacques de Godino went on to college, got multiple degrees and was on his way to become someone great. Yanji had lost interest by the time Luffy had started telling him about how he and his village believed that Jacques would be the next Piercio or the next Maltachino. He was pretty sure they were all made-up names. Luffy continued, but one day, Jacques de Godino just vanished. No one heard from him ever again. Anyway, life went on and years later, I was visiting this SeaWorld. You know what a SeaWorld is? Yanji, who was about to fall asleep because of his boring story, perked up and snapped. "Yeah, I know what a damn SeaWorld is. Get to the joke already." Okay, I'm getting there. See, I was walking around, looking at the different fishes when suddenly I saw someone in the crowd. Guess who? Jacques? No, it wasn't Jacques. It was just some attendant, Luffy said, chuckling. Yanji was about to hit him, but Luffy hastily continued. "But that attendant showed me what I wanted to see. That place where you feed the baby dolphins, you know. 'Cause I love dolphins, you know. Who doesn't? Well, that's besides the point, but guess who I see there?" Yes, it was Jacques de Godino. He was wearing the SeaWorld's uniform and was feeding the dolphins. He was working there. I was so shocked. So I go up to him and say, "Jacques de Godino, I'm ashamed of you. All of us at the village. We were pinning our hopes on you, and here you are feeding baby dolphins. After going to college you were supposed to go on to do many great things. Our entire island was pinning their hopes on you. But you know, having that much pressure on you by an entire island is a huge burden, you know?" If Luffy wasn't going to get to the joke in the next minute, Yanji would lose it and kill him. "Yeah, so I say to him, Jacques de Godino, you could have done so many great things. I'm disappointed in you," and then you know what he says? He says, "Well, I believe I'm serving a youthful purpose," Luffy quickly said, the youthful purpose, sounding a lot like useful purpose, and went inside Reiju's castle, not waiting for a response. Yanji just stood there stunned. He couldn't believe that Luffy had just wasted that much time building up a useless story only to make a stupid pun at the end. And he couldn't believe that he had stood there and listened to that damn story. By the time he came out of his stunned state, Luffy had already gone back inside Reiju's castle. Luffy had told the same joke to Reiju the previous day while they were lounging at the pool. After saying the final punchline, he had started slurping his drink loudly while maintaining eye contact and walked out. Reiju had just sat there in the same stunned state Yanji was in. It was only hours later that Reiju was giggling, remembering the stupid joke. The next day there was another family meeting Reiju had to attend, and she found Yanji giggling and laughing to himself as she arrived. Oh great, what cruel and funny torture method has he found now? She wondered as she took her seat next to him. Yanji looked at Reiju and started laughing louder, leaving her confused. Seeing the questioning look on Reiju's face, he finally said in between laughs, "I get the joke now. Peef haha. All that build-up just for porpoise, ha 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 ha." Reiju's eyes widened with shock. You met Luffy? And he told you the joke? And you listened to the entire joke? She asked incredulously. Haha, yeah, Luffy? Is that the slave's name? Yeah, I saw him outside your house yesterday and decided to ask him why you were giggling in the last meeting saying, purpose. He then told me the joke. I'll be honest, I wanted to kill him a few times but the way he was telling it left me slightly curious, so I listened to the end. And it was hilarious. Ha 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 ha. Yanji lost it again. Reiju also started giggling but on the inside she was angry, nay, she was downright furious that Luffy had done this. Yanji could have killed him if he didn't get the joke or didn't have the patience to listen until the end, and she honestly didn't know what she would do if one of her brothers killed Luffy. Ichiji and Niji were just staring weirdly at the laughing pair and Yanji tried to tell them the joke too, but it didn't land as he was laughing way too much and that joke had to be told in the way only Norm Macdonald could do to seem funny. Lami, she decked Luffy hard asking him how he could have done something so stupid. Luffy just laughed it off saying it worked out in the end, causing Reiju to sigh exasperatedly. This boy is going to be the death of me. Cuddling, God. What made you think you can hold your liquor? Reiju said as she supported the drunk off his ass Luffy. I see cold drink a lot more before he. Luffy slurred as he wobbled around not liking his current state one bit. He had thought he could hold as much liquor as Leo could, so had started downing bottle after bottle in quick succession. And this was the result where he lost all control of his body and his mind was buzzing. Before what? Reiju asked giggling. Before I died, Luffy slurred before promptly keeling over and slumped down face first on the floor. Died? Reiju stood there confused. The hell does that mean? I did, Luffy mumbled before shaking his head and correcting himself. No, I didn't die, Leo died. Seeing how he seemed to have no filter on his mouth at the moment, Reiju decided to take advantage of this. She made him sit up and asked, Luffy, who's Leo? Leo, my brother from another mother. He is also me, she. What, Leo is you? Luffy nodded while giggling, he's me, and also not me, ha ha ha. What the hell is he saying? Are Leo and him the same person or not? Split personality? Or is he speaking metaphorically? Reiju was utterly confused, so decided to change the line of questioning. When exactly did you meet Leo? Luffy lost his grinning face and deflated. One I was as enslaved, death pit. You said Leo's from Nashville and New York, right? Where is that? Luffy smiled wide and with a flourish sang, New York, concrete jungle where he dreamus are ma. Doff. There's nothing yo can't do. Let's hear it for New York. New York RKK. He fell onto Reiju while singing Empire State of Mind and put his arms around her. He nuzzled into her stomach mumbling, comfy, and fell asleep hugging her. Reiju just sighed, not getting anywhere with her questioning. Was that a song he was singing? She looked down at Luffy who had wrapped his hands around her and tried to separate him but he grumbled, tightening his hold on her. She just shrugged and went back to her room with Luffy hanging off of her like a limpet. Luffy felt someone pulling his cheek trying to wake him up, but he felt a severe headache splitting his head. 5 more minutes, Serena. He mumbled and nuzzled into what he thought was Serena's neck but instantly felt a hard smack on his head making him wake up with a start and he realized just whose neck he was nuzzling against. He sat up hastily, but that was a bad decision as he felt a sharp stinging inside his head and he barely managed to figure out where he was. Never gonna drink again. He mumbled as he realized he was in Reiju's room on her bed with her right next to him. She was half naked wearing just a shirt and a thong, but that was how she usually dressed, so that wasn't saying much. He looked down at himself and sighed in relief when he found that he was still fully clothed before looking at the annoyed look on Reiju's face. What did I do? He asked, looking at her and trying to remember what had happened the previous night. He only remembered drinking and he was pretty sure they were at the bar near the pool. Did they shift to Reiju's room at some point? Well, for one, you were up in my neck, Reiju grumbled. Sorry, thought you were someone else. Yeah, Serena, right? Isn't that your brother's girlfriend? Why would you think you were sleeping with her? She asked suspiciously. Why am I in bed with you? Luffy deflected the question with another question. Why else? You wouldn't let go of me. What? You just hugged me and fell asleep. You wouldn't let me go no matter what, so I just brought you back here. Reiju, that's bullshit. You could have easily ripped me off of you if you wanted. You wanted to sleep with me, didn't you? Did you do something to me last night? He smirked, pretending to check inside his shirt. Deflecting questions, huh? Reiju said, unperturbed. Two can play at that game. Now, tell me why you thought you were sleeping with your brother's girlfriend. Luffy sighed, massaging his head to get rid of the headache. I slept with her sometimes. You slept with your brother's girlfriend? Reiju asked, shocked. Just cuddling. Luffy instantly lied, knowing this would take a very weird turn if left alone. I like to cuddle a lot when I sleep, and she liked to cuddle too. So, we cuddled. That's it. Oh, well, I can't deny that you are an amazing cuddle buddy. What? Oh, you don't know? Reiju said with a tilt of her head. The way you cuddled and hugged me. I don't know, it just feels nice, I guess. I slept very well last night, and she really did. The way he just hugged her and pulled her head into his chest made her feel all tingly inside. He had even started slowly caressing her hair while running his fingers through her scalp that sent all sorts of tingles throughout her body, which she had never experienced before. She didn't love him in any way romantically, and just thought of him as her first and precious friend, and even though their current position seemed borderline romantic in sexual, she didn't care. She decided to just let it happen, and he didn't seem perverted either, so she didn't mind and soon fell asleep while enjoying his soft caresses. When she woke up in the morning, she felt immensely rested and felt really great. She had giggled seeing his sleepy face and started pulling his cheeks playfully, and then he said another woman's name and she reflexively smacked him, getting annoyed. I see, Luffy muttered. Leo and Serena did like to cuddle a lot, so maybe his body was just doing whatever Leo did when he cuddled. As he was speculating his newfound love for cuddling, Reiju finally asked about his comments. Hey Luffy, last night you said you could hold your liquor well before you died? What does that mean? Luffy froze, cursing himself, and let out a sigh. He knew he couldn't lie in front of her, so just dodged the question. Long story. We'll tell you some other time. Reiju pursed her lips, obviously dissatisfied with the response, and just stared at him until he caved. Luffy gave another sigh. Listen, it's a story that's insane, alright. You won't believe it. That's a roundabout way of saying you don't trust me, Reiju said with a bit of hurt leaking into her voice. It's not about trust. It's like if your daughter came up to you and told you she has an invisible friend. You obviously won't believe her, right? But does that mean you don't trust your daughter? No, right? It's the same here. I'll claim something insane and without proof, you'll just think I'm a mental patient in need of help. So I'll tell you when I can prove it to you. Reiju seemed taken aback by his perfect logic. Wow, well, okay then. And I do trust you. What makes you think I don't? I don't know, Reiju pouted slightly. It's just my nature, I guess. I have been an assassin and in the middle of monsters my entire life. You just seem too good to be true. Yeah, I guess so. Well, I just have to whisk you away from here and show you a good life filled with people like me then. You can say cheesy lines like that with no hesitation, huh? You should have had a lot of experience saying things like that to other girls. Not really, but I didn't mean it in a romantic way. I meant I'll make you join my crew and my crew will be filled with amazing people that you can trust implicitly. Oh, yeah, sorry if you're expecting a prince on a white horse coming to claim your love. I'm not interested in relationships. Who the fuck wants that? I wasn't thinking anything remotely like that. Sure, I really wasn't. Stop making up stuff. Sure, GGRA, she, and that was just the start. There was another drinking party they had a couple weeks later where Luffy ended omped onto Reiju and she had enjoyed another cuddle session with him. Apparently, his drunk self liked to cuddle. After that, it kinda became normal for them to wake up next to each other in bed whenever they got drunk. Reiju didn't seem to mind and even liked it, so Luffy was happy for that. Besides, the two sparred a lot, so there was already a lot of skinship between the two and cuddling wasn't that different. By the time the 3 months had passed, the two had gotten so close that they cuddled together every night for the last 2 weeks of their time together. And it wasn't the least bit sexual, as Reiju almost treated him like a teddy bear and her hugging him was akin to crushing him to death. The first few times he hadn't noticed cause he was drunk, but when he was sober he realized that if he wasn't made of rubber, all his bones would have broken because of her crushing hugs. He had his cuffs on one time and he felt his bones creaking and breaking before he had to hastily remove them because she hugged so tight. She also liked to move a lot in her sleep, and so he would end up in weird, uncomfortable positions when he woke up in the mornings with his face buried under her, or his arms being stretched around her, and so on. Either way, the two ended up cuddling a lot during their last couple of weeks together without it ever becoming weird between them. Luffy was aware that they had developed this weird relationship where they teased and flirted around a lot, but it was all playful and it worked for them. The rumor Luffy had no respect for any royal norms or etiquette. Reiju had learned of that the first day she had met him itself, and he had only gotten more comfortable around her the more they spent time together. He would talk to her casually and had even shortened her name to Rei after a while. Reiju obviously didn't mind and even liked being treated as an equal, but the other servants and maids on the ship were a problem. They would obviously see him being so disrespectful towards her and start gossiping, which was a problem Reiju had to solve. She didn't want to tell him to stop either, and so, she tried to reduce the number of people who would enter her castle and kept Luffy out of their way when they came in for cleaning and other household things. It was suspicious of course, as Reiju had suddenly stopped many people from nearing her castle, but she couldn't do anything about that. One day though, a maid was in her room tidying up the place when Luffy walked in casually. He had just been through an intense training session, and after taking a shower, he had come to her room to spend time with her. He just jumped on her bed like always, even when she was on it, not minding the presence of the maid. This was normal for them, as they would end up drinking on bed sometimes and even read stuff together and play games, so he acted the same. Reiju also didn't think anything was wrong with the scene and had even moved a little to make space for him until she saw the absolutely shocked and stunned look on the maid's face. It finally hit her that Luffy, her slave, had just jumped in bed with her, and she didn't seem to mind one bit. If she protested and pretended to get angry now, it would obviously look more suspicious. So she did the only thing that came to her mind. She casually sat up and started unbuttoning the shirt she was wearing while looking at Luffy, who only became confused at her behavior. He didn't even know that he was causing her problems by being so casual with her, so he was about to ask what she was doing but kept his mouth shut when her eyes seemed to be telling him to keep quiet. She removed her shirt and was now only in her bra, and she was only wearing a thong as usual, so she was almost naked. She then pushed Luffy onto his back while she got on top of him, straddling him, and started removing his shirt slowly and sensually. Luffy finally caught on to what she was doing when she kept secretly glancing at the maid in the room from the corner of her eyes, and so played along too as he put his arms around her waist. Reiju ran her fingers on his upper body while moaning sultrily and acted like she was about to kiss him by dipping down, but just when she almost reached his lips, she suddenly stopped and turned towards the maid, who was frozen on the spot looking at them with wide eyes. Reiju raised an eyebrow at her and said, "Get out," making her flinch and come back to her senses. She bowed down, muttering apologies, and quickly left the room, closing the door behind her, and only then did Reiju let out a sigh of relief. Her brothers brought in a lot of prostitutes, so this wasn't anything new, but what was new to them was her bringing in someone like that, as she had never done that before. "Guess rumors of me also bringing in prostitutes will spread among the servants now," she sighed. "I hope we're not gonna fuck to keep up appearances?" Luffy asked, bringing her out of her thoughts, and she looked down at the smirking face of the boy she was straddling. No hint of a blush even now? She wondered. She thought he would get flustered at least now, but he only looked at her with amusement. She had tried so many times to make him flustered by bringing up sensual topics like sex positions and fetishes, but he just talked about it casually too. She had made a ton of innuendos hoping to make him falter just a bit, but all he did was smirk in amusement or laugh. She so wanted to get some type of reaction from him, so she resumed softly and sensually, running her fingers on his upper body while bending forward and getting close to his face. She held his gaze for a couple of moments, breathing hard, pretending like she was turned on, and bent down further so that her mouth was close to his ears. "Do you really not feel anything?" she whispered sultrily while still sensually massaging his body. "Nope, really," Reiju breathed, kissing his ears. She then slowly left a trail of soft and wet kisses on his neck while moaning just the right amount to turn anyone on. "Even now?" she sultrily whispered again. "Nope," she heard him begin to say, but smirked triumphantly when she felt something harden below her. He, so you do feel lustful towards me," she breathed right in his ear again, making him shift slightly under her. She slowly raised her body back up with glee, thinking he would show a blushing and flustered face at least now, but all she saw was a neutral blank look on Luffy's face. Luffy just sighed. "Even I have my limits, you know. You sultrily breath in my ear and come on this strongly? Of course my body's gonna react." Reiju didn't let his lack of a blush get to her, as she had at least managed to get some reaction from him. She just giggled, still not getting off of him, and continued to run her fingers all over his upper body and neck. She bent down to get close to his ears again and breathed, "Let's see how long it takes you to blush," while slightly licking his ears before sitting up again. Luffy just stared at her for a moment, knowing she was trying to tease him, and he didn't want to lose. He stared up at the teasing smirk on her face and slowly brought his hand up to her cheeks. He softly caressed her cheek while she allowed it to happen, as she was amused and curious to see what he would do. Luffy tucked a strand of hair falling over her eyes behind her ear and caressed her cheeks gently while staring directly into her eyes. "You're incredibly beautiful, Reiju," he whispered, and gave the right pauses and stresses to get his point across. "Not just physically, as it's obvious you're insanely hot, but also your personality, your attitude, your weird quirks, your perseverance, your genuine smile, your genuine laugh, your incredible kindness. Everything about you is so incredibly attractive. I love that I know you, the real you, and it's not enough to say this once, so I'll say it again. You're incredibly, mind-blowingly, magnificently, spectacularly, scintillatingly, dazzlingly, and every word that means insanely, amazingly, beautiful." Reiju was absolutely caught off guard. Had her ears. Her cheeks burned with a deep shade of red, which only kept getting redder and redder as he went on, and by the end, her entire face was burning hot. It wasn't like she wasn't praised before. She had been proposed to, and there was no shortage of poems praising her beauty, but they all were superficial or just plain infatuation, or from someone who was trying to get her family's power or just trying to get in her pants. But seeing Luffy's big, honest and earnest eyes that bore holes right through her, and those honest words that should have seemed cheesy, made her heart flutter. She was completely speechless, more than ever before, as her mind had completely blanked out and only his words were playing on a loop in her mind. She didn't even realize that Luffy had sat up, and she was now sitting on his thighs while their naked upper bodies were pressed against each other. Luffy put his arms around her and pulled her in closer, putting her head on his chest, while he slowly caressed her hair. "I think getting kidnapped by slavers and ending up almost dead in that pit was one of the best things that's happened to me. I met so many new people, made a new brother in Leo, learned so much about this world, learned so many other things, went on one of the best adventures that I guarantee no one else has gone on, and finally, I met you." He whispered that last part softly into her ears, making her shudder more. He finally separated and pushed her back slightly so that he could see her face, and it was still bright red, and her mouth seemed to be quivering, trying to form words but was failing spectacularly. He finally burst out laughing, falling on his back as he pointed at her face. "Oh God, I wish I had a camera right now. You should see your face. Ha 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 ha." Reiju finally regained her senses when he started teasing her again, and she felt rage boiling up in her. That was all in ACT. She smacked him once and tried to smack him a second time, feeling angry and embarrassed. But Luffy caught her hand and interlocked his fingers with hers before pulling her down towards himself, making her fall on her side. She ended up lying next to him, and the two were facing each other. Luffy cupped her cheeks with his free hand while looking into her eyes. "Of course it wasn't, idiot. I meant every word," he said seriously, and the blush on her face was back in full force. "But you need to understand that I'm really not interested in a relationship, and just having sex with no strings attached will get messy and complicated down the line. So let's not ruin our relationship by having sex and all." Who the hell asked for sex? She tried to scream, but only a hiss came out. "Oh, I never said you did though. I was talking about myself." Reiju got even more embarrassed, and she just wanted to hide in a hole and die. Luffy continued with a smirk, "I'm fine with kissing though. I don't think kisses are that special and don't mind doing it with anyone." Reiju, who would have usually just smacked him, only became more embarrassed. She was far too lost in her mind to even rebuke him like usual, and Luffy, knowing it was too much, gave her an out by changing the topic. "Well, all teasing aside, I'm sorry. I didn't even realize I was causing problems for you by being so casual around you. I'll try to be more mindful." "No," came Reiju's instant response. Finally getting some other topic, she latched onto it to keep her mind occupied and not go into a spiral on thinking about what all he had said. "I'll keep all the others away. You be yourself and treat me the same. Is that really okay?" Yeah, I've already done this, so rumors of me having a sex slave will spread now. My brothers do it a lot, so it isn't a big deal." Ooh, you've never done this before? Not really, no. So, you're a virgin? Reiju just gave him a flat look. Did you sleep with your brother's girlfriend? Touché, Luffy didn't press further, knowing some things had to be kept secret. Reiju giggled and buried her face in his chest again as they lay together. They usually fell asleep next to each other whenever they got drunk, but they had never done so sober. And Reiju definitely didn't want to let him go tonight, so she ended up hugging him closer and getting more comfortable with him. What you doing? Luffy asked, confused. Well, I know your limits now. Only if I come onto you strongly do you react, so just sleeping like this should be fine, right? Yeah, I don't mind. Luffy trailed off before he just shrugged and hugged her too. The two got comfortable with each other and just lay there enjoying each other's presences. Thank you for saying all that, she whispered softly after some time. It's a crime that you haven't heard that all your life. You deserve each and every word. Reiju just hummed, her lips widening as she heard his soothing heartbeats, and she soon fell asleep feeling better than she had ever felt before in all 20 years of her life. After that night, it became normal for them to seek out one another to cuddle together at night, and the two became much more closer. They also started teasing and flirting more with one another, trying to make the other flustered. Luffy never did get flustered, but Reiju did sometimes get flustered a lot when he straight up praised her. Meanwhile, rumors of Reiju having a SX slave also spread among the servants. After that incident, she made damn sure that no one approached her castle unless absolutely necessary, and had told all the servants and maids that Luffy was a bit loose in the head and she was only keeping him around because he was a precious lab specimen whose body reacted differently to poisons. Of course they thought that that was a cover story to keep her sexual escapades a secret. And Reiju let them think that, as she really didn't care much. Her brothers and father didn't care about such stuff one bit, so even if they heard it, they would just shrug it off. Also, many had seen Luffy's battered and exhausted state after he trained intensely sometimes, and associated with it him having had intense sex with Reiju, and rumors that Reiju was a fierce lover also spread. Reiju and Luffy had had a good laugh when they secretly overheard such topics. They were at the last island they would stop at in South Blue, and Luffy would be getting off here. They had both come ashore to the island, and Reiju was looking around trying to find any place that Luffy could stay in or any place that could help him go to East Blue. Luffy put a stop to it though and pulled on her arm, making her stop her frantic searching. Reiju, we only have an hour before you need to leave. Let's just spend it together, yeah? I'll figure out where to stay and how to get back home myself later, he said, pulling her away from the village towards the beach on the opposite end of the island from where they had docked. Reiju slightly protested but gave in after Luffy didn't let go of her hand as he pulled her along, and they soon reached the beach. They both sat under the shade of a tree a bit away from prying eyes, as they didn't want anyone from the ship to spot them. So, I guess this is it, huh? Reiju sighed melancholically. Yeah, they sat there in silence, both not wanting to leave the other, but circumstances were pulling them apart. They didn't know what to say and just enjoyed the other's presence for a while. Hey, this isn't a goodbye. Luffy pulled her into a sideways hug and spoke softly. I'll definitely come for you once I get stronger. I'll be in the newspapers too, so you'll know just how strong I'll grow and how much crazy shit I've planned. And don't worry, I'll definitely come get you, and then you'll be free for the rest of your life. I'm sorry I'm not strong enough yet, but it's a promise. Reiju just nodded solemnly, leaning into the hug and resting her head on his shoulder. She had had so much fun with him these past 3 months that she couldn't even imagine a life without him. She slightly teared up thinking about how he wouldn't be around anymore and she would have to go, but Cad didn't have Luffy in it. I'll call you from time to time whenever the connection is possible. Okay, Luffy said, caressing her head. It doesn't work most of the time. She had given him a transponder snail and her number, but since the distance between North Blue and East Blue was too great and the Grand Line and Red Line in the middle would hinder any signals from reaching the other side, the snails wouldn't connect most of the time. Only at certain unpredictable times would the connection be made, and there wasn't the slightest clue or a time of the day of when it was possible. I wish I had a phone, Luffy sighed. They just sat there, Reiju tearing up on his shoulder and Luffy softly running his fingers through her hair, listening to the soft waves crashing on the beach. They had already thrown a farewell party the previous night where they had gotten drunk, sang songs and danced to their heart's content. It was a fun night, and honestly they were so drunk that it was a blur for the most part for both of them, and they had woken up with a massive hangover in the morning next to each other. Everything that needed to be said was already said, and soon, it was time for Reiju to go. She broke from the side hug and got on top of his thighs before giving him a bear hug, crushing him in her arms. And Luffy also put his arms around her tightly. They stayed like that, feeling the other's warmth for a few minutes before finally separating slightly. "You better come for me," she whispered into his ears. "Yeah, I promise," Luffy whispered back with a smile. They finally separated with a lot of reluctance, and they held each other's gaze for a few moments with their foreheads touching. They finally got up sighing when they didn't have any more time and hugged one last time. "Bye, Luffy," she said, sadness laced in her voice as she finally started walking off towards the other side of the island where her ship was. Luffy followed her from a distance and watched as she reached the ship, turned around and waved at him with a sad smile one last time before getting on it. The ship soon left and Luffy sat on the shore watching it leave and disappear into the horizon with a blank look on his face. "Hey White, I don't know if you're listening or not, but if you are, please get me a phone that can call anyone anywhere in this world." He remembered that White had said that he would need some tools to actually interfere in any universe and that it would also take some time. And by the message he had left when his mind broke, where he had said something along the lines of, "If you're hearing this message, then it probably means you survived," he concluded that White couldn't even observe him currently. He didn't know if White liked or cared enough about him to actually gather the tools and observe him, as he was a higher dimensional being who had just saved him on a whim. He owed his life to White, but for White, he was the equivalent to a bacteria in the huge massive multiverse, and he didn't know about how those beings lived or if they even experienced life the same way he did. But nevertheless, he took his shot. Unfortunately for him, he was right, and it would be a long time before White would even hear this message of his. Luffy sighed, cursing himself for being so weak that he was grasping at straws and expecting help from godlike beings instead of strengthening himself. He once again vowed to get stronger so that he wouldn't have to leave anyone like this ever again. Once he couldn't see the Germa ship anymore, he finally got up, dusting the sand off his trousers, and went into the village, wondering how he could get stronger and also how he could get back to East Blue. Chapter 4: Training and Williams. South Blue didn't seem all that different from East Blue to Luffy, but it was way different when compared to the Grand Line. The sea specifically. He already missed the way the sea shimmered in the Grand Line, which was deep blue, choppier, wilder, and all around gave the feeling of being dangerous, fun and beautiful all at the same time. East and South Blue waters had a lighter shade of blue and just seemed serene in comparison. Sure, it looked good for a while, but people like Luffy who had experienced the Grand Line would just find it to be too boring and a bit lacking. But it was also good for him. He would have had a zero chance of survival if he had tried to navigate in the Grand Line. There, he would have capsized within minutes, or his boat would have broken because of the rough, choppy waves, and even if his boat somehow held up miraculously, the wind and water currents were too unpredictable and rough, so he would have never reached his destination even if he followed a log pose. But here in South Blue, he could just get in a dinghy and follow the general direction towards a particular island with the help of a compass. He had no clue about sea and wind currents, so it would take a significantly longer time than what was necessary to get from point A to point B, but he wouldn't die or break his boat if he was just a tad bit careful. At least that's what Luffy thought would happen if he navigated. And boy was he so wrong. Reiju had given him a list of islands which were big enough to have big merchant trade companies, but she wasn't sure, so she had asked him not to depend on it and find someone local who had more knowledge. Hence, he asked around the island he had been dropped off at on how to get to East Blue from there. But it was hard to get any information, as it was a really small island with just a few towns, and the people there were mostly locals who had never been to more than 3 islands away from their own. Sailors just used their island to resupply their ships, and that was pretty much their bread and butter. But there was bound to be at least one person on the entire island who had some knowledge about the area, and with Luffy's magnetic personality, people eventually pointed him to the right person, who turned out to be a journalist that was stopping by on the island, and he was very helpful. Luffy talked to him explaining his situation, and the journalist gave him a few suggestions of what he could do. He first gave the same suggestion Reiju did of finding a trade merchant, as some had regular cargo ships running to the other blues every few months, and with enough money, luck and persuasion, they could give him a ride. Another option was to find a cruise ship of any royal family or someone filthy rich that were going touring to the East Blue. Apparently really rich people sometimes went on cruises to the other blues, and if he was lucky, he could find one and get a job on their ship. Another option was to find and join a pirate crew that were heading there, and one more was to join the Marines and then ask and hope they transfer him to an East Blue branch. Obviously the pirate and Marine options were instantly rejected by Luffy and thought that the first idea of finding a merchant ship was the most feasible. The journalist also agreed and added, "It's really not that hard to find one, you know. Many of these big trade companies have scheduled cargo ships going to the other blues every few months, and I'm sure East Blue is also one of them. What is hard though is the cost and security. No one will offer you a free ride, and I'm sure you know the dangers of traveling on the seas, as pirates might attack these cargo ships. Usually, the merchant companies have secret routes, so security should be a minor issue. But the cost on the other hand is a major issue. You'll need a lot, at least 40 million to convince anyone to give you a ride." "Yeah, I guess so," Luffy hummed, nodding his head. 40 million seemed like a lot to normal people, but for him, it wasn't that big of a deal. He could just hunt a couple of bounties and turn them in to make that much quite easily. And he craved for danger, so if pirates attacked the cargo ship he would be on, then that would be a bonus for him. "So yeah, as long as you have money, you should be good," the journalist concluded. "Got it. Thanks." The journalist also marked a list of islands that had big enough prosperous cities, and Luffy compared his list to Reiju's. There were many similarities, and Luffy decided he would first search on the islands that were present on both lists. He thanked the journalist profusely for all the helpful suggestions, and that very same day, he bought a dinghy, a few maps, food supplies, grabbed his belongings, which he got from Reiju, and set off to the closest island on the list, which was 3 days away. 2 weeks later, he was still nowhere near finding that island. Navigation is so fucking hard, he whined when he again found himself at a small random island that was way off course to his original destination. He had found 3 different islands in the last 2 weeks, all way off course to his intended destination. He would just sail towards the direction where the island was, but for some reason, he would end up at some completely random island when he wasn't even expecting to find one. First time it had happened, he had docked and asked the locals where he was on his map, and they pointed at an island that was way north of his destination. He had gotten new instructions from the locals and again set off, only to sail for 5 days and end up at a completely different island again. The same pattern repeated as he had asked for new directions and had set off again. And now again, he found himself at a completely random island for the 3rd time. Reiju had drilled some basics of reading a map into his head, and he thought he understood enough of how to know where he was, where his destination was, use the compass to know which direction the destination was relative to the starting point, and just go in that direction. He had even thought, "That's it," when he first understood it, but now that he was actually trying to navigate, it was way more complex. Majorly, the sea and wind currents. They were a total bitch. The currents would unknowingly push him in some random direction with him not even realizing it, and thus, he was being thrown way off course. After the 3rd island, he finally concluded that he was truly hopeless in navigation. Leo had only ridden a jet ski during a trip at a beach once and taken a ferry ride once, and that was all the experience he had regarding being on the sea, so his memories weren't helpful either. Luffy had always thought that he would just randomly sail anywhere the waves took him when he set out on his journey and recruit a navigator, so he had never bothered learning about navigation even when Ben had tried to teach him the basics. He cursed himself now for not taking up Ben's offer then. He had of course tried asking around on the islands he found himself at if anyone would be willing to navigate for him, but the islands were pretty small and no one agreed to take him to places. Reiju had given him around 4 million berries, and even when he offered the whole amount, no one agreed to navigate for him, which seemed very strange to him, but he didn't give it much thought, so he was all by himself. He sighed for the umpteenth time since he began traveling, frustrated at himself. If he couldn't even reach an island that was supposed to be 3 days away even after 2 weeks, he would just be wasting his time traversing the seas needlessly. The dinghy was small and he couldn't train in any useful way on it, so the whole 2 weeks had been a massive waste of time. He had less than 15 months left before beginning his journey, and he wanted to get way stronger than his current self, so sitting idle in a boat felt like he was wasting his life and it was eating away at him. What to do, what do to? He murmured, sitting near the shore of the island he would run into some pirates who he could defeat and then ask them nicely to navigate for him, but he hadn't met any yet. He thought for a few moments before going for the simplest way, just row the boat. Just furl the sails and row his way towards the direction of the island. That way, he wouldn't have to depend on wind currents, and if he got sucked into a sea current, he would at least realize it and change the course or row faster to get out of it. It would be tiring as hell to row the boat, but he didn't have any other choice. Besides, that served as a sort of training while still being on the seas, so he did just that. The original island he was trying to get to was around 15 days away from his current position, but fortunately, another island on his list was just 2 days away from him, so he set off towards his new destination called Might Island. The 2 days was the estimate considering one would use the winds to sail, but since he was rowing now, it would obviously take him way more time. Thankfully, the rowing idea worked to some degree because he no longer ended up way off course but just a bit off course. He still couldn't go to the desired particular island accurately, and, a bit off course, was still troublesome as he would miss the island and overshoot, but he couldn't do any better than that. Fortunately, since he was just a bit off course, he spotted a cruise ship that was actually heading towards Might Island too and thus, followed it. And after 3 weeks since he left Reiju, he finally landed on one of the islands on his list. The city he docked at was called Gat City, and it was a fairly large bustling city with lots of people, fancy shops, malls, and most importantly for him, a big port with tons of ships docked at it. He didn't waste any time and immediately went around the port to search for any ships that was heading to East Blue. Like the journalist had said, it was pretty easy as he soon found a merchant who actually had a cargo ship running to East Blue once every year, and after some persuasion, he agreed to let him on it if he paid 40 million. But unfortunately, the next scheduled ship was 8 months away. He asked around in a few more merchant companies and other ships he found at the docks, but only found 2 more ships heading to East Blue 11 months and 18 months away. He spent the whole day and the next going around the whole city trying his luck, and even went to neighboring towns and villages to see if there were any ships, but at the end of the second day, he came back to Gat City with disappointment as he didn't find any. He had also asked the merchants if any neighboring islands had any earlier ships, but just got, "Maybe that company does," and such vague unsure answers. He sighed when it became clear that the earliest ship that was going to his home from this island was 8 months away. Apparently, East Blue wasn't that favorable a destination as there was less profit to be made from there when compared to West Blue, which was the most profitable, followed by North Blue. So, ships to East Blue weren't that frequent. Luffy sat on the balcony of the room he had rented at an inn and thought about what he should do. He had 2 options mainly. One was to continue his search by going to other islands on his list and hope he finds a ship that left sooner. Second was to wait for 8 months and hitch a ride on the ship he had already found. If he went with the first option, he honestly didn't know how long he would waste by just traversing the seas in search for particular islands. Just these last 3 weeks had taken a toll on his mental state as he kept thinking that he was wasting precious time which he could be using to train. He kept cursing and getting annoyed every time he landed on a different island, and he didn't know if he could do all that over and over again until he found an island which would take him home immediately. He had also found cruise ships that were going to some of the islands on his list, but it was a cruise ship, so it was intentionally slow and had a lot of detours and stops. Again, he would feel like he would be wasting precious time. What do I do, kitty cat? Luffy sighed as he pet a stray cat that had found its way onto his balcony. The reddish tabby cat just meowed and purred as it enjoyed Luffy's petting while Luffy treated it like a conversing partner. Okay, let's say I don't mindlessly go searching for the islands and choose to go on the ship I found 8 months from now. What do I do for 8 months? Train here? He questioned the cat who just purred. Your city is big and bustling, sure, but it isn't dangerous in the least you know. I want an environment where I would constantly be in life or death battles 24/7 to get stronger. Meow. I should go searching for strong pirates to fight and gain experience? He said, pretending the cat had asked that question before answering himself. Again, I have to go and search for the pirates and only then can I fight them. Searching for pirates is a harder task than actually beating them, he sighed. And even if I did find them, they're all way too weak. Even though they might be stronger than those in East Blue, South Blue didn't have any strong opponents he could fight either. Bounties weren't an accurate representation of strength, but it was a good enough assessment for weaker bounties, and South Blue's biggest bounty he had seen at a tavern was 50 million. What else then? He pondered. The training he did in Reiju's gym actually wasn't all that great as he first thought it would be. It wasn't bad either, and he had grown way stronger because of his training in the gym, but it wasn't quite as good as he had expected it to be. He was physically stronger, could fight adequately even when he had sea stone cuffs on, was about half as strong as he was originally while still wearing sea stone, and way stronger if he removed the cuffs. But he was nowhere near satisfied. Only his physical strength had increased, and if he was heading into a bench press or a weightlifting competition, then those 3 months of training in Reiju's gym would have been helpful. But he was a fighter. He wanted battles where his life was on the line and train his battle instincts. The spars with Reiju were actually more helpful to him than all the training he did in the gym, but then again, Reiju held back a lot. She didn't like it when she hurt him too much and so, didn't attack him with all she had. The only times he felt like he had grown stronger was when he had picked fights on the Grand Line Islands they had stopped at. Even the padded room with projectiles where he thought he could unlock observation hockey was a total bust, as he hadn't grasped it even after 3 months. Reiju had also suggested the same, get whacked until you learn it, strategy to unlock observation, and he had been in that padded room every day getting hit by cannonballs and bullets, and felt like he almost got the grasp of it, but was just missing something to actually unlock it. There was something missing in all the training he did at the gym. Danger. What he needed was will be killed if I don't push myself kind of danger. An environment where enemies were aplenty and his life would always be in danger 24/7. He remembered Rusukaina Island's environment, and that was exactly what he needed right now. And that line of thought led him to another line of thinking. Okay, let's say I go in search of the other islands and somehow find a ship that's immediately going to East Blue. Then, he asked the cat, I go to East Blue and train there? The strongest guy there is Arlong, and I can defeat him easily right now. The beasts in Mount Kalubo became child's play a long time ago, so there are no enemies left for me to fight against and grow stronger. Either here or in East Blue, he just wanted some place to test himself which would help him grow stronger. The last few months, the story, the spars with Reiju, the fights he had had in the Grand Line had all made him realize he was utterly weak. Reiju had not once broken a sweat during their spay, one who always ended up battered and completely spent. Even the fights he had charged in recklessly on the Grand Line Islands would have led to his demise if Reiju wasn't there keeping an eye on the situation and doing a large share of the work. He was extremely frustrated with himself for being so weak, and the vow he had made with Ace where he had cried that he wanted to get stronger and stronger and stronger, after Sabo's death played in his mind. The scene of him being helplessly tortured, the scene of the slavers laughing as they punished Kel while all he could do was scream pathetically, the scene of Reiju's melancholic look as she waved one last time to him before she boarded her ship, all plagued his thoughts. I want to get stronger. Luffy groaned, his voice filled with desperation as he let his head hit the railing of the balcony. Moreau, the tabby cat, purred, bringing Luffy out of his thoughts. It nuzzled against his face and licked him, making him smile. You're right. I shouldn't be moping around like this, huh? Meow, you think so too? Yeah, I should just do my best. Maraf, pa-ha-ha-ha-ha. A melodious feminine laugh suddenly came from the adjacent balcony, and Luffy turned to see a woman pop up from behind the railing the next second. She looked to be in her 20s with bob-cut blonde hair, sharp eyes, and a tattoo of a rose below her eye. And judging by how she was looking at him with amusement, she had probably heard everything Luffy had conversed with the cat. I'm sorry, it was just funny seeing a guy talking to a cat like this. I don't mind, Luffy said with an amused smile. The woman also gave him an amused smile as she took a drag from her cigarette. I heard some pretty outrageous things just now. Outrageous? Like what? You said that all the pirates in South Blue were weak and then called yourself weak. That's either a contradiction or a very high standard. Luffy just shrugged. I said what I said. I see, she said with a calculating look in her eye. She slowly took another drag from her cigarette, thinking about something before speaking up again. There's this local story around these parts of a beast island no one should go near. The woman nearly jumped out of her skin when she suddenly found Luffy's grinning face inches away from her own as he excitedly yelled. A beast island? Where no one should go near? Where is it? Where is it? Are the beasts strong? How big are they? Whoa, stop, kid. The woman clamped his mouth shut when it looked like he would go on. Looks like that really got your attention, huh? Yes. Tell me more about it. Okay, I was going to. Calm down, will you? Luffy excitedly sat on her balcony waiting for her to speak while on the inside he was thanking his uncanny luck. It's pretty close, around 4 days by boat, and over the years, I've heard some pretty dangerous tales from bounty hunters and washed-up pirates who went near that island. They say there are animals like tigers and bears. Only they are more ferocious looking and as tall as 7 to 10 meters, she said, making her voice spooky at the last part. Yahoo! Luffy cheered, throwing his hands up. Where is it? Mark it on the map for me. The woman just stared at him incredulously. Did you not hear what I just said? Animals, ferocious carnivorous animals like tigers, as big as 10 meters. She paused when what she thought would scare him only made the grin on his face grow wider. You're insane. Maybe. Who cares? Mark it on the map. No, wait, if you know where it is, can you take me there? I'm really not good at navigation. The woman just looked even more incredulous. You're asking me to come with you to the Beast Island? No, just guide me until I can see the island from far away. You can leave after. You have a death wish, come on, just take me there. If I die, it's on me. I don't even know your name, kid. Oh right. Hi, I'm Luffy, future Pirate King. Nice to meet ya. Pirate King, she laughed. He looked young, so she didn't take his words to heart and just thought he was playing around. I'm Claire. Nice to meet you. Okay, great, now, we're friends. Take me there. No, she flatly refused. Why not? I'm not gonna send a kid to his death. I'm not a kid. I'm 22 inches, sure you are. She obviously didn't believe him. At least mark it on the map for me. No, come on. No, Luffy grumbled under his breath for a moment before perking up with a grin. You said it's a local story. So, of course others will know about it. I'll just go ask the locals. He laughed when she stared at him like a deer caught in headlights and jumped back to his own balcony. Wait, kid. She called out desperately. I'm not kidding when I say it's a dangerous island. You'll die. And I'm not kidding when I say I'm gonna be the future Pirate King, he stated with a serious look in his eyes that sent shivers up her spine. A bunch of beasts aren't gonna kill me. Claire now thought that he actually was insane and sighed in frustration. He had said some pretty outrageous things of wanting to be in an environment that would kill him, and thinking he was just a kid playing around and acting out some adventure. She just told him an actual place to see if he would still stick to the act or get scared. It was supposed to be just a normal funny conversation where she would scare him and then laugh while teasing him. That was it. That was supposed to be it. But he went beyond her expectations as he became excited and actually wanted to visit the island itself. He's either fucking crazy or just plain stupid. Luffy just grabbed the cat who was meowing at him. Come on Tabby, let's go ask the locals, he said before jumping off of the second-floor balcony and landing on the ground with a loud thud, alarming the pedestrians and also scaring the shit out of the cat he had just named Tabby. It hissed at him, but he just chuckled and appeased it by tickling it. He then looked up to see the gobsmacked look on Claire's face and smirked at her. Claire finally realized that he was actually strong and not just some kid trying to act strong. She then sighed exasperatedly, realizing he wasn't going to stop and end up going to the Beast Island with or without her. Since it was her who had told him about the island, she thought that she should at least take responsibility. Okay fine. She yelled down at him. I'll take you there. Yahoo, let's go now. The next day, he and Claire were in 2 dinghies heading towards the Beast Island with Claire leading the way. She was apparently a reporter who worked for a local newspaper, and she traveled quite a bit around few of the surrounding islands collecting stories. She liked stories and would end up talking to people from all walks of life and had even published a few books. They ended up talking quite a lot as Claire had a lot of stories from her travels and Luffy loved listening to them. 4 days later, they finally spotted the Beast Island from afar. Okay, that is it. Claire trailed off, staring at the island and then at Luffy, who was looking at it with excitement. Can I really not convince you to not go? You're really fun, you know. I'd hate to see you die so young. You worry too much. I'm not gonna die. You're strong sure, but not that strong. Where does that endless confidence even come from? She sighed. She. Well, I'm gonna go now. See you in around 8 months. He waved at her before he started rowing towards the island. Take care of Tabby for me. Tabby, who had also accompanied the two on their journey, just meowed at him from Claire's boat, while Claire herself nodded solemnly. Luffy had asked her to wait for 2 hours as he wanted to first check out the island and see if the beasts were actually a challenge or not, which had made her laugh. If the beasts weren't, Then he wasn't gonna waste his time and immediately go back with her. She waited for more than 4 hours, and when he still didn't show up, she concluded that he had either died as soon as set foot on the island or he there to train. She sighed, not knowing his fate, and started going back to Gat City, hoping the boy she had come to like a lot in just 4 days would survive. A very small bay which opened up to a wall of thick and tall trees that stretched out on either side, probably covering the entire surface of the island, greeted Luffy. The closer he got, the more excited he became, as the trees were much taller than he had thought, and he could already hear loud roars and screams of the beings present on the island. He soon reached the shore, pulled his dinghy up into a small cove, covered it up with enough leaves so that no one could spot it, and excitedly stepped into the thick forest. Not even 2 seconds in and he laid his eyes upon one of the beasts that populated the island. It looked tiger-like in appearance but much larger, almost 6 meters tall, with sharper and longer fangs, teeth and claws. It kinda reminded him of the beasts back on Mount Kalubo, but these were much bigger and, by the looks of it, more ferocious. Testament to being a survival of the fittest kind of island. The tiger immediately lunged at Luffy upon spotting him and seeing a huge tiger-like beast running at him. Luffy had only one response. She. He also ran towards it with a huge grin and punched it right in its jaw just as it tried to bite him. The tiger faltered a bit by the sudden and unexpected attack from the little human, but soon growled angrily and attacked him again. Luffy dodged its massive paw once, but he was caught off guard when its tail came at him with incredible speeds. He got whipped so hard that he flew back for a good 3 seconds before crashing and breaking through a row of trees before his momentum finally stopped. He didn't have time to take a breather, as he had landed right in front of a huge 7-meter-tall wolf-like creature that tried to bite him as soon as their eyes met. Luffy barely rolled out of the way of its jaws, but the wolf then used its powerful legs to stomp on him and pinned him down. He yelped in pain as its sharp claws dug into his back, and when he saw its massive open maw coming at his head, he hastily removed the sea stone cuffs he was wearing and whipped its head with a stretchy arm, snapping it backwards. It had also staggered back a couple of steps, hence freeing him, and he quickly collected the sea stone cuffs and climbed up a tree. He got high enough, panting hard, thinking he was safe for now, when a hard object crashed into his back, making him yelp in pain and get lodged into the tree. He spit out blood as he turned just his head to see a bunch of massive baboon-like creatures sitting on the top branches of the trees holding huge boulders. His eyes widened with shock when he saw 2 baboons pull their arms back, and he realized that the baboons were throwing the boulders at him. He hastily jumped to an adjacent tree just as a boulder came swooshing in and broke the tree apart where he had just been moments ago. A few more baboons started launching their boulders at him, and he kept jumping from one tree to another and finally hid from the baboons' line of sight after he got far enough. He was panting hard and was already bloody. Ha, he laughed softly when he realized he got what he wanted. He wanted to put himself through an extremely rigorous training session, the likes of which would make even his Gramps grimace, and this was it. He steadied his breathing before staring down at his sea stone cuffs. He had planned to always wear the sea stone cuffs while he trained so that he could grow stronger exponentially faster, but he had almost lost his life in his weakened state and barely managed to escape from the wolf using his full strength after removing them. He stared at it for a few more moments, pondering whether to wear it or not. He recalled his future fights with Aokiji, Moria, Kuma, and then all the insanely strong opponents in Impel Down, Marineford, and there was only one answer. Wear it. Any normal kind of training just wouldn't cut it. He clicked the sea stone cuffs back onto his wrists, let out a deep breath before coming out of his hiding spot, and instantly came face to face with the dozens of baboons that were all looking for him. Allen's why? He yelled with a huge feral grin and a manic glint in his eyes as he lunged at the closest baboon while it and the others screeched at him, all attacking at once. 4 months later, Luffy dragged the corpse of the supposed strongest beast of the island behind him as he made his way towards his makeshift shelter that had become his temporary home on the island. He had just been in an intense battle with the creature he was dragging behind him, which was a massive 12-meter-tall chimera-like beast with features of a lion, wolf, alligator, and so many more unrecognizable animals. "This island is so strange," he murmured to no one. Not only were the beasts massive, but there were also a few chimeras which looked like someone put a few creatures in a blender and made a new one. He expected islands like this in the Grand Line, not in one of the blues. But then again, Mount Kalubo also had larger than average beasts and there was no explanation for that either. The current creature he was dragging behind him was the strongest creature on the island, which had almost killed him quite a few times during his early days, but after 4 months of training, he was more than capable of taking it on and winning. Luffy took a minute to review what all he had gained from the past 4 months and grinned ecstatically. His strength and battle instincts had grown exponentially stronger and he could feel the amount of growth he had undergone. His muscles were still lean with just a slight bulk up, but it was intentional. He didn't want large muscles that would hinder his movement, so he trained his body in such a way that it would still be lean while his muscles compressed in on itself. He was still wearing the sea stone cuffs and had only removed them on 4 instances where he had no other choice but to remove them and fight, as the situation he found himself in was hopeless to come out of in his weakened state. Like during his first week, he had accidentally dropped into a pack of more than 100 wolves, all 7 to 9 meters big, and he couldn't outrun them without his rubber powers. He had pushed himself harder than ever before, not even taking any breaks whatsoever. He even ate while he was in the middle of fights and only slept around 3 to 5 hours each day, while the rest was spent training. And because of this, gradually over the first month, results started to show as the fights started becoming easier. But Luffy didn't like it. He was growing stronger only because he was fighting for his life all the time, and if the fights started getting easier, he wouldn't feel like he was in danger anymore, so he put handicaps on himself. It first started off as a couple of boulders tied to his legs while he fought and trained. Then it increased to 4 boulders, then just 2 bigger boulders on each feet and so on, and currently, he was dragging 4 massive boulders, 2 to a leg, each 20 times bigger than himself and extremely dense and heavy, which created a deep trail on the ground wherever he went. On top of that, he was wearing a blindfold most of the time, so he was doing all of this blind. He removed his blindfold for now as it was celebration time for finally beating the strongest beasts of the island all at once. Luffy hadn't just beaten the strongest creature, but also the massive pack of more than 100 wolves, the troop of baboons, the basque of crocodiles, the strong chimeras, basically all the major hunters and predators of this island, and he had beaten them all one after the other with no rest in the middle for even a second. As he had said to himself, normal training just wouldn't cut it, and by extension, normal goals would also be unsatisfactory. So instead of his goal being to take out the strongest creature on this island, it was to take out all the strongest creatures on this island back to back with his mindset. His seriously messed up mindset. And he applied the same to all his short-term goals too. So something like, do 100 push-ups today, would become, do 100 push-ups while balancing heavy boulders on top of myself in the middle of a wolf pack today. And with a mindset like that, it wasn't a surprise that he grew exponentially stronger. He had developed a very messed up and reckless plan of training himself which would result in the death of a person 999,999 times out of a million. But Luffy obviously didn't care and thought he could do it. Even if he couldn't, he would still push himself and force his body to do it. As he kept pondering, he finally reached his shelter, which was nothing more than a tarp of leaves providing shade under a couple of trees and a campfire where he cooked all his meat. After skinning the beast, he started roasting the meat over the fire and watched the stars as he waited for it to be cooked. He had found a few new things about himself in those 4 months, and one of those was that he liked the night sky a whole lot more now, and on many nights, he would just stare up in wonder. All the movies and shows about space from Leo's world fascinated him, and he wanted to travel to space too. And this world definitely had aliens, at least that's what it seemed from the cover stories, so he thought it would be fun to meet one and, if possible, travel among the stars too. Another thing was that he slept a lot less. It wasn't due to Leo's personality, but his own experience under slavery. The slavers didn't let him go to sleep as a form of torture and would splash water, electrocute or burn him whenever he did fall asleep, and it had soon become a habit for him of not being able to sleep much. He had already noticed it during his time with Reiju that he kept waking up within 2 hours of falling asleep and had to fall asleep over and over again every 2 hours throughout the night. Only if he was extremely tired or drunk could he sleep longer. Not due to nightmares, as he never got any, nor due to fear, but just habit. He could easily offset that habit by fixing his sleep cycle, but he thought it was actually great that he had developed this new habit. He could spend more time training that way. Luffy did acknowledge that he had become obsessed with getting stronger, but he just couldn't help it. His last few months and knowing he will lose Ace if he was weak just made him push himself harder. Either way, due to this, he had developed a lot of techniques. First off, the Rokushiki techniques. Luffy was only interested in shave and moonwalk, which he had aptly renamed as airwalk because moonwalk was reserved for the dance move, and so spent his time training those two techniques only. Shave was simple enough as he had to kick the ground around 10 times in the blink of an eye to achieve incredible bursts of speed. There was no secret to airwalk as far as he recalled from the story, and it was just a person kicking the air so hard that it becomes a sort of foothold from which one could jump. Kobe had learned these techniques within months and he had started from being a pudgy guy, so he thought that there was no way he would not learn these in a short amount of time. He was already strong, so he just had to train the right muscles to achieve it. He knew he kinda used shave in his gear 2nd and also airwalk in his gear 4th, but he wanted to learn these two techniques in his base form itself. And eventually when he did use his gears, those techniques would evolve into something greater. Like all other things though, he didn't just want to achieve shave and airwalk, he wanted to achieve it in his weakened sea stone wearing form, while also having boulders tied around his legs. He was putting his life in so much danger and body under so much stress because of this, but Luffy wanted this. He wanted to fight with all those handicaps not only to get stronger but to also build his endurance up. Arguably, his greatest asset was not his strength or his rubber powers, but his endurance and stamina. No matter how many times he lost, he had the resolve to keep getting back up and fighting until the opponent loses. And he wanted to go above and beyond his current self. He recalled how in the Marineford War, he's running on fumes and Eva-chan's hormones, and after rescuing Ace, he let his guard down for just a moment due to his fatigue, which led to Akainu attacking him and him being helpless while Ace took the blow for him. Just one moment of fatigue. Just one moment of rest and Ace had paid the price, so, he thought that he should get used to fighting in such conditions, and thus, he put himself under another messed up training regiment. He starved himself. Luffy, the glutton with a capital G, fucking starved himself. Willingly. While also wearing sea stone cuffs and also dragging boulders behind him. And then trained and fought in such a state. It would have been unthinkable and impossible a few months ago, but after experiencing severe starvation under the slavers for months and knowing he would let his brother down if he wasn't used to fighting in such conditions, he had willingly weakened himself and fought in that state. He couldn't keep going for long in such a state though, so he was still trying to increase that time. That's how seriously messed up his training was. But at the end of the day, it bore results. He had managed to use shave while still wearing sea stone cuffs around 2 months in, and after another month he finally managed to use airwalk too, albeit it was just a couple of kicks in the air. Rankyaku was also a leg technique, so he tried it on a whim after successfully doing airwalk, and actually managed to use that too. Again, it was just a weak Rankyaku that was barely able to leave a scratch on a tree, but it was all while wearing sea stone cuffs, so he didn't know how he would fare in his normal state. Apart from those techniques, he had obviously tried to learn haki too. And he was quite proud to say that his observation haki was one of his greatest strengths currently. He had pretty much unlocked it in his 2nd week on the island when he found himself in the middle of a pack of wolves while baboons also kept throwing boulders at him. He had purposefully put himself in such situations trusting in himself that he would eventually unlock and dodge the attacks using observation. Rayleigh kept whacking him in the head to make him unlock his observation in the story, and since he didn't have anyone here, he left it up to the ferocious beasts to attack and treat him like a rag doll while he closed his eyes and tried feeling for all the attacks. Thankfully, his reckless and dangerous method had paid off as he slowly started sensing attacks aimed at him and managed to dodge it. It started off as more of an intuition really before he finally started sensing his surroundings. It was a voice of sorts. It wasn't an actual literal voice nor did it feel like objects were speaking, but that was one of the best ways to explain the feeling. A voice or a presence or an aura. A bit more concentration and time on it and he could sense his surroundings accurately. It was a very short range around himself though, but he had trained it over the months and currently, he could sense things about 200 meters around himself. Unfortunately, observation was the only haki he had been able to train satisfactorily. He couldn't learn armament haki much and even after grasping the concept of haki, he couldn't code it on his hands. He could feel a sort of spirit energy inside him that he tried to channel into his arms and code it, but he managed to succeed only once every 100 times he tried it, and even then, it was just too weak to have any significance. He was sure he was missing something but didn't know what exactly. He theorized that he just wasn't being hit hard enough. He needed to get hit by stronger attacks so that he's forced to bring out more of his haki and coat himself with it, thus strengthening his armament. In the story, Rayleigh probably kept increasing his strength while he kept pulling more of his haki out and coat himself, thus getting stronger in response. At least that's what he could gather from the story. So basically, he just needed to fight stronger opponents, but sadly, the beasts on this island just weren't strong enough. He also noted in horror that until he went to the Grand Line he probably wouldn't face any strong opponents. Sigh. Nothing I can do for now, I guess. East Blue will be boring as hell. And Conqueror's haki was a no-show as he wasn't able to activate it even once, and neither did he know how to. He tried recalling what he had felt when he had unleashed it the first time, but he was way too preoccupied with rescuing Kel and escaping to have paid much attention to his new power. The story didn't really go into the core concepts of how these powers worked, so he didn't know how to train or even activate it. Guess I'm gonna have to wait to learn armament and Conqueror's huh? He sighed to himself as he ate the cooked meat. A good thing that came out of trying to train armament was that he had learned Iron Body by mistake. He couldn't help but tense up his muscles whenever he was being hit, and he purposefully tried to get hit a lot to unlock his armament, so he had unknowingly learned to tense his muscles up hard enough to make it strong. Once he realized what he had almost grasped, he trained it a bit more and got the hang of Iron Body too. So at the end of the day, he had learned Shave, Airwalk, Iron Body, Rankyaku and Observation Haki majorly. He hadn't even bothered with Shigen as that didn't fit with his fighting style, and Kami-e was useless since he had Observation. As he sat near the campfire eating and pondering about his time on the island, he suddenly felt a presence behind him and at the same time heard a feral growl. He grinned, ducking down just as a creature passed over where his head had been just a second ago and landed in front of him. "Yo, we meet again," Luffy cheerily greeted the humanoid creature growling dangerously at him. It was a tall, hairy bipedal creature which looked like a hybrid between a black hound and a human, so basically a werhound. Apart from all the huge beasts on the island, there was also a tribe of humans living there. During his first month, Luffy had seen a few of them from afar, but they seemed pretty hostile, so he had stayed away. Over the months, he had come to learn that there was a village of about 200 people in a deeper part of the forest, but he had never gone there as whenever he got anywhere close to their vicinity, they would without a single question attack him. They used spears, bows and axes mainly as weapons, but from what he had observed, they were strong enough to protect themselves against all the predatorial beasts. They wore basic beast hides as clothes and were pretty isolated as he had not once seen anyone get off the island apart from fishing. They had farms and fisheries too, so seemed pretty self-sufficient. Luffy didn't really want an entire tribe of people to run him off the island, so he kept his distance, but he would sometimes run into them while hunting. At first, they would just raise their weapons at him and he would just run away. He had tried talking to them at first, of course, but they never listened to him and attacked instantly. Over the months, they had come to sort of tolerate him as they would just leave him alone if they ran into each other. Luffy didn't know why, but thought it had something to do with how feral he himself probably looked when he was in the middle of a pack of beasts while dragging around boulders on his feet, battling them all with a grin on his face, sometimes while singing too. But there were two people who didn't avoid him like the rest of the others. One was a little girl who would sometimes spy on him while hiding in bushes. He had caught a glimpse of her a couple of times in the beginning, but she would always run away or hide if he saw her. But once his observation got better, he would sense her a lot in his general vicinity just observing him. He thought that she was just a kid who was curious to see someone not from the island, and so spent her time spying on him. He had tried calling out to her a few times, but she would always run away if he acknowledged her existence. And the second person was the hound-like humanoid creature who was currently growling in front of him. He was probably a zone user. The hound fruit most probably, and this was the fourth encounter he was having with him. The first time was during his early days when he didn't have observation and was taken completely by surprise by him. The hound user was intensely aggressive and feral in nature, and Luffy had almost died to him the first time. But he had successfully run away and had even thought it was a werewolf that had attacked him. The second time was just the next day after the first attack, and he had tried to fight that time. The fight was hard and he would have lost, but fortunately, interference by other beasts had prematurely ended their battle. The third time was around 3 months in, when the zone user had again tried to attack him out of nowhere, but since he had observation by then, Luffy saw it coming and intercepted his attack. Luffy was leagues stronger than the first 2 times he had faced the zone user, so the two had fought for quite a while and Luffy found himself enjoying the fight. The Hound was the first humanoid creature he had fought on this island, and he even thought it was a good thing as he got some experience in fighting bipedal creatures instead of just large beasts. The third fight was kinda his victory as he had the upper hand the whole time, but again interference by other beasts had prematurely ended the fight. And this was their fourth meeting. The Hound growled at Luffy and started pacing around, looking at him with a manic gleam in his eyes. Seeing the mindless fury, Luffy had even wondered if he was an awakened zone just like the jailer beasts and impelled down, but had quickly dismissed the thought as the Hound was way too weak to be an awakened zone. So there was some other reason he was losing his mind, and Luffy wanted to know why. "Why do you keep attacking me? Can we at least exchange a few words first?" Luffy asked as he sidestepped, dodging a mindless lunge from the Hound. All he got in response was a growl before the Hound lunged at him again. Luffy internally sighed as he intercepted and began fighting him. He didn't mind a good fight, but this was meaningless as he had no idea why he was even being attacked. And the Hound didn't seem to be in control either, so it was like fighting a feral animal that didn't care about its own body. He was all attack and no defense, no matter how much Luffy hurt him. The battle continued for a while as the two were about evenly matched. That is, Luffy with sea stone cuffs and 6 massive boulders tied to his legs and torso was evenly matched with the feral and aggressive Hound. It was a testament and clear proof that his strength had increased exponentially compared to the first time he had fought him when he had landed on the island. "Okay, you're gonna stop and listen," Luffy said as he grew tired of the fight and pummeled him into the ground. Before he could get up, Luffy jumped on his back and put him in a choke hold. The Hound roared and growled aggressively, trying to break free, but Luffy didn't let him get out of the choke hold. "Hey, I'm trying to help here. If you are a zone, then you're losing control every time you transform. You need help before you go on a rampage and do things you'll regret." Luffy remembered how Chopper had also lost control and gone on a rampage while in Monster Point on Drum once, and how much that had affected him. So he didn't want the Hound user in front of him to go through something like that. The Hound struggled under him for quite a while but didn't lose his aggressive nature as he kept growling and trying to get out of Luffy's grasp. Just as Luffy was wondering if he should just knock him out, he felt another familiar presence enter his range and soon her head out of a thicket of bushes. Unlike all the other times she had just spied on him though, she gasped as soon as she saw him holding the Hound down and burst out from the bushes while pulling her bow and aiming an arrow at him. "Let him go," she yelled with a serious, determined look in her eyes. "Oh, finally coming out to say hi?" Luffy said, smiling at her. "And you know this guy? Let him go, or I'll kill you," she growled. Luffy sighed, thinking that there was some story here, and let the Hound go from his grasp. She seemed like she knew him, so thought that she could maybe tame or bring him back from his feral nature. The zone user instantly put some distance between Luffy and himself as he growled and took in deep breaths, but still observed Luffy with an angry look. He then laid his eyes on the little girl and instantly changed targets, charging at her. The little girl, who was sighing in relief when Luffy let him go, saw the Hound coming at her and panicked. "Dad? It's me. Wait," she yelled, trying to seemingly placate him, but her supposed dad didn't care as he lunged at her. The girl barely dodged by jumping to the side and fell face first into the ground as the Hound passed where she was standing a second earlier. Luffy, who was thinking that the Hound would now regain his control, cursed himself when he just attacked the little girl too. So that's her dad, but he doesn't even recognize her. This sure is a mess. As the Hound rounded back and stalked towards the little girl, she started crying and begging for her father to stop. "Dad, it's me, Alana, please stop." He didn't even hesitate and lunged at her again while she sobbed and crawled backwards as she was still on the ground. She saw in slow motion as the Hound, her own father, lunged at her with his maw wide open, his sharp teeth looking like razors, and just before she accepted the fact that she was going to die by her father's hands, Luffy came flying in and kicked him away, and considering he was dragging boulders behind him, They also rammed into him with so much force that he crashed through a few trees and got half buried into the ground before losing consciousness. "Don't go hurting your own daughter," Luffy said, sighing, and looked back at the girl to see if she was okay. She was looking wide-eyed at where her father had collapsed before turning her gaze to Luffy and flinched when she saw he was looking at her. She quickly scrambled to her feet, intent on running away, but just as she turned her back to him, Luffy caught her by her collar and lifted her off the ground. "Ah! Let me go! You crazy outsider bastard!" she screamed, squirming under his grasp. "Relax, kiddo. It's okay if your dad keeps attacking me, but he just attacked his own daughter. This is just messed up. Can you tell me what's going on? You outsider, let me go, or my entire clan will come after you." Luffy actually did think that that would be the case, but looking at the little girl, she was clearly lying. So for some reason, the clan of people that live on this island don't care about her, he concluded. Seeing that she wasn't listening and kept squirming, Luffy just shrugged and let her go. The Hound was the problem here, and he had already decided to get answers from him, so if she didn't want to talk, it didn't matter. Getting her freedom back, the girl instantly ran towards a few bushes and dived into it. She put some distance between them before she stopped and seemingly observed him discreetly, not knowing that Luffy could sense her every movement. Luffy didn't care much as he wanted to talk to the Hound mainly, so walked up to where he had gotten buried. He had fallen unconscious but was still in his human beast form. Luffy dragged him back to his shelter and tied his arms and legs with some vines. He thought the girl would make a fuss again, but she actually just disappeared from his range. Did she just run away? He shrugged and went back to eating the now burnt meat. He wanted to get back to training again, but he had a guest now, so just postponed it for a while. He didn't care about their histories, but the man had just attacked someone he probably cared about while being out of control because of a devil fruit. He was definitely stepping in and resolve whatever issue the man had. It was half an hour later that the human beast form Hound turned back into a human. He was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 30s with unkempt beard, shaggy black hair, and he was wearing beast hides like the other people he had seen in the tribe. He also had a tattoo of what looked like an eye resting on waves on his chest. He had seen the same symbol on some of the other tribesmen too, and it was the symbol of a god they worshipped. It was another half hour before finally something happened. Two presences entered his range and he bent forward slightly just before an arrow came whizzing by where his shoulder had been an instant earlier. He stared in the direction of the two presences, the same place the arrow had come from, and two more arrows came flying at him. He moved just the slightest amount to dodge each arrow as he stared calmly in their direction. A couple minutes later, a tall woman stepped out while aiming her bow at him. She looked to be in her 30s, had long cascading black hair, wore the same beast hide clothes, had the same eye tattoo but on her shoulder, and was glaring at him. The little girl was right next to her, also trying to look intimidating by training her bow at him. Her mother? "Hi," Luffy said with a wave that only made them flinch slightly. "Yep, they're trying to put on a brave front but are terrified." "Outsider, what have you done to my husband?" the woman spoke calmly. "He's right here," Luffy said, pointing in front of him where the man was tied up lying on his side. "He's transformed back," the girl sighed of relief. The woman, however, slowly stepped forward, studying Luffy intently. "I apologize if he attacked you, but he wasn't in control. So, I beg you, please let him go," the woman said, but still had her bow trained on him. Yeah, I'll let him go, don't worry. Just want to talk to him for a bit, that's all." "Talk to him? About what? He attacked her," he said, pointing at Alana. The woman flinched and snapped her neck at the girl, while the girl instantly looked away guiltily. "Is that true?" she yelled at her daughter. "Alana, answer me." The girl gave an annoyed glare at Luffy first before looking up at her mom. He wasn't in control. "I've told you not to approach him whenever he's a beast. Why don't you ever list?" The woman stopped her rant suddenly, remembering Luffy was still here, and sighed, looking back at him. "I'll deal with you later. Now, outsider, why do you care about my husband's condition?" "I really don't care, but he attacked his own daughter. I'm gonna put a stop to it before he does something stupid like that again." The mother and daughter pair only got more agitated and became furious at him. "What gives you the right?" the woman spat. "You, the clan, everyone's the same. My husband is just sick. He'll recover soon. What gives you the right to take his life?" "Leave my dad alone, you asshole," the girl yelled. Luffy just tilted his head in confusion. Take his life? I'm not gonna take his life. I just want to talk to him. The woman who was furious became confused. What? I said I just want to talk to him. Nothing more. He doesn't seem to be in control of his powers, so I'll see if I can get him to control it. The woman slowly lowered her bow while staring at him incredulously. His powers? Yeah, he's a zone, right? Looks like he's losing control in his human beast form. Zone? The woman said, testing the word in her mouth. Why, you know what's wrong with my dad? The girl asked, shocked and hopeful. Luffy sighed. Do you not know what a zone is? Seeing the blank look on the mother-daughter pair, he continued, you know, devil fruits? Still seeing the blank look on their faces, Luffy sighed, knowing he'll have to give an explanation to them. Well, it's gonna be on hold for a little while longer. Just then, the man stirred, groaning in pain. Guo. Saul. Daddy. The mother-daughter pair yelled for him while the man groaned, trying to make out where he was. Where? He looked around, but when he found his arms and legs tied, he panicked and started looking around everywhere frantically. Upon spotting Luffy, who was sitting across from him, he became confused for a second. Why, you, the crazy outsider? Is that my name you guys came up with? Luffy asked, amused. What's happening? Why am I tied up? Saul, the woman yelled again. Katie? The man turned his head to see his wife and daughter. Katie, Alana. Oh no, did it happen again? Katie nodded her head with a sad look while the man became distraught and turned his head back to Luffy. Did I attack you? Yep. This was the 4th time actually. Oh no. Saul looked horrified as he let his forehead fall back to the ground but looked back up instantly. I'm at fault here. So please, I beg you. You can kill me, but please don't hurt my wife and daughter. They have nothing to do with this. Saul, don't say stuff like that, Katie snapped, angry and desperate. Before things could spiral out of control and they start saying their final goodbyes because of misunderstandings, Luffy clapped his hands, getting the three's attention. Okay, let's clear up some things. I have no intention of killing anyone. I just tied you up because I wanted to talk to you. He got up and ripped the vines tying his hands. You can go if you want. Saul sat up with his hands now free, looking at Luffy with confusion. But know that while you were a hound, Luffy cut him off and pointed at Alana. You almost killed her. All color drained out of Soul's face as he snapped his neck at his daughter, and seeing her averting her gaze, his eyes welled up in tears and he began sobbing. Katie slowly made her way towards him while keeping an eye on Luffy, but seeing that he didn't make a single move, tried to hug her husband, but he pushed her away as if afraid he would hurt her and crawled away sobbing. Saint, stay away from me. I don't want to hurt you. Katie teared up, pursing her lips, desperately trying to hold her own sobs back while Alana slowly walked up to her father, but seeing him flinch and crawl back as she came closer, she also began sobbing and bawling her eyes out. It's my fault. I shouldn't have come in front of you. Luffy understood the situation somewhat. The father probably ate a devil fruit and transformed into a hound. Not knowing what devil fruits even are, the other two thought he was sick. The father goes out of control for some reason though, and Luffy didn't understand why. Things like this happen to he wondered. If one thought about it, not everyone knew about devil fruits, and isolated clans like this would be even more out of the loop. Katie wiped her tears away that had slipped out and looked at Luffy with desperation. You know what's happening to him? Yeah. If you all just relax and talk, I'll explain. You're making this a bigger deal than it has to be. What? Saul said, disbelief evident in his voice. Why, you know what disease I have? It's not a disease. That seemed to piss off Saul. Not a disease? This sickness has ruined our lives. We were so happy before this happened to me, and you say it's not a dis? Luffy sighed deeply, cutting him off. He wanted to get back to training, but seeing the sobbing faces of everyone, he couldn't just leave them alone. Will you just sit and talk? Luffy said tiredly. Just tell me how and when this started. There was some silence while the three thought it over, but soon Katie took a seat across from Luffy, pulling Alana into her lap, and began. It was a few months ago. We were all living back at the village, and one day out of nowhere, Saul transformed into that and started going on a rampage inside the village. Saul grimaced as he leaned back on a tree, sitting away from the others. I don't know what happened. I was just having an argument with my father when suddenly I got angry. The rage built up, and the next thing I know, I was being held down by ropes by the strongest warriors in our clan. I didn't remember a single thing of what happened, but apparently I had turned into a hideous monster and went on a rampage. Thankfully the warriors quickly acted and no one was killed, but many people got injured. No one knew what happened and our doctor also didn't find anything wrong with him. Katie picked up. We kept him in a cage under observation and a few days later, he transformed again. Since he was in a cage, he couldn't do anything, but the entire clan saw his feral nature and heard his angry growls. Saul stared up as he continued, I wanted to be put to death as soon as possible before I could hurt anyone or give my disease to anyone else. And we are not doing that. Katie spat, sending him a glare before looking back at Luffy. We left the same night and have stayed away from the village for many months now. He transforms from time to time when he's under stress and usually locks himself in a cage. But sometimes he transforms when he's not in a cage like today and goes on a rampage hunting around the forest. I see, Luffy said, getting the full story, and turned to Saul. You probably ate an extremely disgusting tasting fruit before all this started, right? Probably had swirly patterns. Saul's face grew confused for a second before he gasped and nodded his head vigorously. Yes, I did. The day before this all started, actually. I found a fruit unlike nothing I had ever seen before while out hunting. I took a bite and it was awful, so I just threw it away. How did you know? Well, that's called a devil fruit. It gives supernatural abilities to whoever eats them. Yours was probably the hound fruit. Devil fruits? There are special fruits in this world that give supernatural powers to those who eat them. You ate one and got the power to transform into a hound. Special fruits? Katie said in disbelief. So anyone who eats these fruits transform into animals? Kinda. There are 3 types, one of which gives the powers of animals to the user, called zone fruits. Saul ate such a fruit which gave him the powers of a hound. The 3 sat in silence, not knowing whether to believe him or not, but Saul finally opened his mouth. That's absurd. Luffy gave him a deadpan look. You yourself can transform into a hound. There's all the proof you need. This is a curse put upon me by Willia. I dare. Luffy just brought a hand up and stopped him. Listen, I don't care. Believe me, don't believe me, do whatever the hell you want. Just tell me why you're losing control. That shouldn't usually happen. Others have all seem to control their powers very well. Oh, others? You've met others who can turn into hounds? Alana asked, excited. Not hounds. There's only one devil fruit of any kind, so no one else can be a hound. But I've seen people who can turn into a giraffe, a mole, a leopard, and so on. From what I know, carnivorous zones are a bit feral in nature, but not to the point of losing control like you. In extreme situations, sure, but normal transformation should be easy. Luffy thought for a while and came up with a theory. Do you fear the power? Maybe because you're so scared of it, you don't even acknowledge that you can transform, and hence you're not even conscious when it happens? Of course I'm scared of it. It can hurt others and kill my FA. So can arrows, Luffy said, pointing at the arrows Alana was holding. So can swords and axes. Are you scared of them too? No, right? It's the same with devil fruit abilities. It's just a power. How you use it and what you do with it is up to you. Stop fearing it and let it flow naturally. You should be able to control it. There was silence again before Saul stood up abruptly. Let's go. He's just tricking us. What I have is a disease, not some fantastical power. But Saul, he seems to know what he's talking about. Now's what his goal is here. We can't trust him. Katie stared at her husband before looking back at Luffy, who just had a blank look before getting up with Alana in her arms. Thank you for saving my daughter, but we'll be taking our leave. Luffy just sighed. Well, sure. Carry some seawater around with you. And when he loses control next time, pour it on him. Seawater? Yep. Seawater will make him weak. That's the price of all devil fruit users. If they even touch seawater, they'll lose energy, their powers, and sink like a hammer. You don't have to believe whatever I said, but to make sure your daughter isn't attacked again, just test it out once. Luffy didn't wait for a response as he got up and waved goodbye to them before going back to training. A day later, when Luffy was fighting a pack of wolf beasts, the family of 3 came back again. They waited until he was finished, and as he sat on one of the wolf corpses panting hard, they approached him. Hello again. Katie greeted, coming up to him. Why do you keep fighting all day and night like this? Alana asked, pointing at his feet that was dragging around 8 huge boulders. Training, Luffy said with a smile. I'm pretty weak, and I don't have much time either, so had to train like this. Training for what? Long story. Now, why are you all back? I'd like to apologize first, Saul said, stepping up and bowing his head. Everything you said was the truth. I felt like all my energy was sapped the moment I touched seawater. Yeah, it sucks. We believe you, Katie said. We argued a lot yesterday and decided to ask for help. Is there a cure for this? As I said, it's not a disease. It's just a power you get. And no, once you eat a devil fruit, that power is yours for life. Saul grimaced and with a dreadful expression asked, Is it genetic? Yeah, probably. It does affect your genes too, I guess. Not sure about the scientific aspect of it? He's asking if it's passed down to children, Katie clarified while holding her stomach. Oh, you're pregnant? Congratulations. And no, it's not passed down. That seemed to have taken a load off of the couple as they leaned on each other, sighing in relief and tearing up. Seemed like that was a huge worry for them. Luffy stood awkwardly as the two seemed to be lost in their own world and looked around, catching Alana's eyes, who also looked awkward. Your bow looks cool. Did you make it yourself? He asked, walking up to her. She became alarmed when he came near her but soon became excited when he asked about her bow. She proudly presented her bow to him with a smug expression. Yes. I made this from scratch myself. Her bow had a lot of colors painted on and seemed very childish, so Luffy had guessed that. You know, he said with a mischievous smile. A bow is supposed to be a stealthy weapon, right? Yep. I can hide in bushes and take down a rabbit 200 kilometers away. Wow, even Yasop won't be able to do that. Luffy smiled, amused. But all these bright colors will give away your position, you know. Over the last few months, I spotted you almost instantly when I saw this yellow and pink color sticking out of the bushes whenever you spied on me. Alana comically gasped and blushed profusely. I wasn't spying. Bahahaha. Saul laughed heartily, coming up to them and looked at Alana with amusement. What did I tell you? Those bright colors on your bow will give away your position. Shut up, you brute of a father. Alana raged, which only made Saul laugh harder, which in turn made Alana angrier, and she started kicking him while yelling curses at him. Luffy grinned, finally seeing the pair interact like a normal father and daughter, as he remembered how Shanks used to tease him the same way. Katie also came up with a grin and stood next to Luffy while watching the two play around. Thank you. Don't mention it. Can he control the power? Very easily, yes. He's probably just mentally limiting himself and thus losing control. Can you please help? Katie asked with a pleading expression. I'm not the one you need to convince. Katie nodded resolutely. Don't worry about him. I'll make him get help. She didn't wait as she grabbed the laughing Saul by his collar and dragged him towards Luffy. Katie? You're going to learn how to control the power from him, she stated with finality. Wha? No, I don't want this. We found a way with seawater, right? I'll carry seawater myself, and if I ever feel like I'm transforming, I'll pour it on myself. No, you need to be in control. We finally have someone who knows everything about this and is even willing to help. We'll have to be fools not to accept it. But what if I hurt you or Alana? Don't worry, Daddy, I'm strong. I'll beat you back to your senses. Luffy sighed. Don't be so scared of it. I've seen 7-year-old kids control this power on their first try. It's as easy as breathing. 7-year-olds? Yep, now, just transform. You just need to let it flow naturally. If you're afraid you'll hurt others, don't be. I'll pummel you into the ground with just a punch. Ask Alana. I took you out very easily yesterday. Yes. It was so cool. He came like whoosh. And bam. He kicked you and you crashed through trees and boom. You fell down unconscious. So yeah, just transform now. I'll take care if anything goes wrong. Saul gulped, looking at the hopeful expressions on his wife's and daughter's faces before looking at Luffy and nodding his head. He took a deep breath as if resolving to put his life on the line. And 2 days later remembered the same extreme resolve he had made and blushed in embarrassment because it turned out that controlling his powers was the simplest thing in the world. Luffy had held him down when he transformed the first time while Katie and Alana had talked to him. He had slowly calmed down after struggling like a feral animal for quite a while before he fell asleep exhausted. After he woke up, he realized that the two were totally safe and Luffy had him under complete control. So, he transformed another time without fearing much. He slowly regained consciousness and soon, He was in control of his human beast form. He even talked in that form which had freaked out all three of them, including Saul himself, but with Luffy saying it was normal, and after a small spar, Saul was in complete control. It was just his own mind that was so afraid that it just shut down and closed itself off whenever he transformed, and thus he wasn't in control and went on a rampage. This was an aspect of a zone user Luffy had never seen in the story, so he found it to be interesting. Only Chopper and his monster point and the jailer beasts were the mindless ones ever shown. Was it the feral nature of the hound fruit? Was it because of Soul's weak mentality? Combination of both? Luffy pondered. Oda did say once that he would reveal all these in the future, so he just shrugged and thought he would learn it down the line somehow. Now 2 days later, Luffy had told Saul that he could also transform into a complete hound, so he was currently in his complete hound form with Alana riding on top of him, treating him like a dog and giggling with glee while Luffy trained and Katie sat to the side with a happy and warm expression. "Yo Luffy, stop training for a bit, will you?" Saul barked up at Luffy, who was doing pull-ups on a tree branch while having 10 very massive and heavy boulders hanging from his waist. He let go of the branch and fell down, the boulders making a huge crash as he fell. "Yeah? Come on, have some fun and play around," Saul said with his tongue hanging out and a fiercely wagging tail. "You're like a complete dog now, huh?" Luffy chuckled, making Katie laugh out loud too, while Saul got pissed and lunged at him. "Why you?" Luffy laughed as he caught him and started rubbing his belly against his protests. Saul whined but soon started enjoying the belly rub, losing himself in the supposed heavenly feeling. "She, hee hee doggy." Alana also came up and started rubbing his belly while giggling. It went on for a few. Mo finally came back to his senses and immediately got up. "Hey, that's demeaning, stop doing that." Katie came up next to him and rubbed his ear, which caused his tail to wag vigorously. "Ah, now you don't care?" Alana protested. "Your mom gets a pass," Saul said happily, leaning more into the ear rub. "Damn right I do," Katie grinned as she handed Luffy a huge bowl of hot pot she had just cooked. Luffy hesitated just for a second before accepting it with a grin and started gulping it down. "No need for any hesitation, eat as much as you want," Katie said, having noticed his hesitation. "No, it's not that. I was in the middle of training on an empty stomach and seeing how long I could last in such a state." "Oh, man, you're so strong already. Why the hell do you want to get even stronger?" "Well, there are stronger enemies I'll have to face in the future and I need to be ready for them." Just who are you? Are some people after you? If yes, you can live here with us. No one comes to this island anyway." Luffy gave a small smile. "Appreciate it, but I got friends who need me, and I'm the man who's going to become the Pirate King." "A pirate?" Katie yelled wide-eyed. "You're a pirate?" "Well, not yet. I'm gonna set out on my journey when I turn 17, which is still a few months from now." That only made the couple more bewildered. "Why the hell would you choose to become a pirate?" "It's my dream to become the Pirate King, the freest man on the sea." "You're probably thinking of pirates who pillage, plunder and kill, but I'm not gonna become such a pirate. I'm gonna become a true pirate. The ones who are in it for the adventure. I'm gonna travel the whole world and eat all sorts of foods everywhere." "Well, when you put it like that, being a pirate sounds great." "Yes, it's a good dream, she thanks. So you'll be leaving here in a few months?" Alana asked. "Yeah, I can afford only 3 more months here." "Only 3? That's so soon? Come on, extend your stay," Alana begged. "Sorry kiddo," Luffy said, ruffling her hair. "I got many people counting on me to return." "Ah, then you're playing with me every day for 7 hours at least." 7 minutes, 6 hours, 10 minutes, 5 hours. 9 minutes. Hey, you have to go up, not down. 8 minutes. 1 hour, 15 minutes, 20 minutes. Deal? Yippee. Hey, forget the training maniac, play with your dad. "No, you're really smelly now that you're a dog, Gawk. I'm a hound, not a dog. Stop wagging your tail and I'll believe you." Saul fell down comically crying while Luffy and Katie just laughed. It was the next day and Luffy decided he was finally going to move on to his next leg of training. "Guess it's about time I start training with my fruit." He had actually set the goal of defeating all the beasts back to back as his final goal of fighting purely in his weakened state. From then on, he wanted to train without his cuffs on, mainly activate his gears. His body was more than ready to be able to withstand the strain of his gear 2 and 3, and he wanted to make activating those gears as easy as breathing by the time he left the island. He finally removed the cuffs that was always on and regained his full power after a long time. He stood still for a few seconds, feeling his strength return to him and his lips curled upwards. He grinned in ecstasy at how much exponentially stronger he was when compared to just a few months ago. His observation covered a much larger area, and when he tried all the rokushiki, he grinned at how strong they were. Shave was so fast that he had a hard time keeping track of where he was even going. Renkyaku created much stronger and sharper wind blades which could easily fell a few trees. He could airwalk for at least 30 minutes before he got tired. He couldn't really test Iron Body as he needed stronger opponents to hit him, but concluded that it would be stronger too. Armament was unchanging as he didn't know what he was doing wrong. He became even more ecstatic when he realized he could do all this in just his base form. He shivered with excitement when he realized that if he activated Gear 2, he would be exponentially stronger and all his techniques would evolve a step further. He didn't waste any time as he got into stance, bending his knees and put a fist to the ground. Gear 2. Veins pumped his blood harder. Blood circulation became faster. Steam started rising out of his body as his skin took on a pink hue, and he could feel how much more stronger this form was. He grinned, feeling the power, and knew all the training had paid off. He first used Shave and instantly crashed through a few trees because it was too fast for him to control. Renkyaku was much sharper and stronger, which could create a small fissure in the ground. He could use airwalk for only 10 minutes though, as it was more of an endurance technique of his legs, and Gear 2 ate away at his stamina, but he could leap higher or further in a single jump. He tested all his techniques and also performed some of his jet attacks for 20 minutes before he had to come out of Gear 2. He felt very tired, but he didn't care as he was on an ecstatic high. He then bit into his thumb, Gear 3. He blew air into his bones and his arms slowly inflated, getting bigger and bigger until it looked like the arm of a giant. He stopped when he felt he couldn't take in any more air and admired the huge hand before launching it at a tree. And that was a big mistake, as not just a single or few trees got destroyed, but a large part of the forest area was flattened. And that was in a single punch. It was destructive on a scale he had never thought himself to be capable of. He then started redirecting the air to the other limbs, which turned out to be extremely painful. It was fine when the bones in his limbs were inflated, but when the air passed through his chest to travel to the other limbs, he felt like his chest would burst open. He wanted to test if he could inflate his whole body evenly, but his chest was a problem. He tried it anyway and maintained a bloated chest for 2 seconds, but could feel that he was gonna pop if he forced it anymore, so redirected it back into his limbs. So it was just his limbs for now. He came out of Gear 3, blowing out all the air and flying in circles in the air before crash landing into the ground in his miniature form, completely tired. He remained in that form for 10 minutes before turning back to his original state. He saw the destruction he had caused and grimaced, thinking he couldn't train Gear 3 as much without destroying the island. But he would try blowing less air and practice redistributing it around his body at least. From that day on, he started training Gear 2 and 3 for half a day at least, while still continuing his normal sea stone cuffed weakened state training the remaining time. 2 months passed by in the blink of an eye, and Luffy could now activate Gear 2 easily and hold on to that form continuously for at least half an hour before he needed to rest for an hour at least. He couldn't train Gear 3 much as he would destroy the island, so he blew just a bit of air into his bones and practiced redirecting it all over his body. Other techniques were also coming along nicely as he increased the range, sharpness and strength of the techniques. As for human interaction, Alana came to visit him every other day and would just talk to him while he trained. She seemed to be quite lonely as their family had been essentially exiled from their clan, and so Luffy didn't mind being her friend. She had quickly gotten attached to him and had even started calling him Aniki. He would tell her stories from the seas and also a few from Leo's world, and she would listen with rapt attention and excitement to everything. And she would share about her daily life and the culture of their clan. Apparently they were known as the Willian clan, named after their god Willia. She was supposedly a goddess that traveled the seas helping people from all walks of life, and she even gazed. ATFY had asked for clarification, and apparently some people over the centuries had felt a certain strong gaze on them during important moments in their lives when they were in a dilemma. They believed it to be Willia watching them and seeing how they would deal with whatever dilemma they were in, and reward them accordingly if they made the right choice. And that's why the symbol of their deity was an eye floating on waves, signifying she was gazing at them while still sailing the seas helping people. He had also asked about the strange chimeras and beasts on the island, and apparently it was the Willian clan that was responsible. A few hundred years ago, their clan was supposedly a master at rearing and breeding the beasts and could create such mixed species using some secret rearing techniques. Those techniques were lost over time, but the mixed beasts had been created and left to roam around the island. The beasts just mutated and continued multiplying and thus created the current chimeras on the island. Luffy wondered if this was the place the Marines got all the beasts to populate their beast hell and impel down from. But Alana denied, saying that only pirates and explorers sometimes came to the island, and either ran off or got killed by the beasts as soon as they landed. The Willian clan would apparently raid the ships of these dead people, and thus, they knew what kind of people they were. Other than Alana, Katie sometimes came up bringing food to him or just to talk. And Saul would come every now and then to actually play with Luffy or spar with him when he was in a battle mood. He was more childish than Alana sometimes, but Luffy enjoyed his company. As childlike as he acted, Saul was a pretty responsible and dependable guy, and he would go to any lengths to protect his wife and child, so Luffy liked him a lot. One day, he was training with his Gear 2 activated, doing push-ups and shaves alternatively when he felt Alana's presence running towards him. He frowned when he felt despair coming off of her, and before she even got to him, he was in front of her. She was sobbing her heart out, panting hard, and even had a few cuts and bruises with blood all over her clothes. Aniki, help. Mom and Dad AR, Luffy didn't wait for her to finish as he scooped her up in his arms and started running towards their house. He had visited it a couple of times, and Katie had even offered to house him during his stay. But Luffy had declined, saying he had to be in constant danger to train his senses. What happened? Luffy asked the sobbing Alana as he ran towards the house while in Gear 2. The clan came in and she was hiccuping and sobbing, so couldn't get the words out, so Luffy started patting her back. Don't worry, Alana. Whatever it is, I can help. You've seen how strong I am, right? So relax and tell me who I need to punch to save your mom and dad. That seemed to calm her down a bit as she relaxed relatively and began talking. They came to the house and saw Daddy in his beast form playing with me. They immediately started attacking for no reason, saying he was a demon and his disease would spread. Whose blood is that on your shirt? Mom's, she protected me. They captured her when Daddy started retaliating, and captured me too. But Mom managed to help me escape. Luffy didn't get the whole story as she was too distraught and couldn't form a coherent story, but he understood the blood was Katie's, so increased his pace by pumping his vessels harder. A few minutes later, he spotted the house and also felt presences, but it was only two in the house. One was Katie while the other one he didn't recognize. He passed through the open door of the house and spotted Katie on the ground with blood pooled around her and a spear stuck in her stomach, while another woman was trying to apply bandages. Mommy! Katie! Both yelled, causing the other woman to jerk in surprise and back away in fear. Luffy immediately went to Katie and inspected the spear stuck in her carefully, wondering if he should pull it out or not. He looked up into her eyes and she was staring at Alana, seemingly glad to see she was safe. He looked at the other woman who was staring in fear, looking at him. Are you her friend or foe? The other woman finally calmed down a bit and, realizing Katie was still bleeding out, immediately got her courage back as she shoved Luffy away and continued to apply some gauze on her bleeding wound. I'm a doctor. That was all Luffy needed as he started looking around, wondering just what the hell had happened. It was like a storm had passed through the house as there were stuff strewn all around with broken chairs and tables. Hey, outsider, the woman yelled, getting his attention. Take the kid away, I need space. Luffy saw that Alana was sobbing on Katie's chest, so picked her and brought her away while she protested, Don't worry, your mom's gonna be okay. Katie had closed her eyes at this point and Luffy got worried looking at all the blood. Do you need anything? He asked the doctor. No, I got this. It's just a bit complicated, because she's pregnant and those fucking assholes stabbed her right near her womb. She and the baby will both die if I make a mistake here. Okay, let me know if you need anything. Yes. Luffy wanted to ask a lot of questions, but seeing the doctor concentrating hard and Alana being a sobbing mess, He postponed it for now. He was worried about where Saul was too, but couldn't ask anyone as of now, so just waited while comforting Alana as she sobbed into his chest. After a few minutes, the doctor called out, "Hey, I need help." Luffy immediately was in front of her after peeling away Alana and placing her to the side. "Yeah? I'm gonna need you to pull the spear out. Slowly though, you mess up and the baby might get stabbed. So slow, by Willia's grace. It doesn't look like her womb was pierced, but we need to be careful so that it won't get cut while pulling it out. Understood?" "Yep, just tell me what to do," Luffy said as he grabbed the spear. The doctor stared at his steady hand holding the spear and nodded satisfied. "Good, you have steady hands." The next 3 minutes was filled with Luffy slowly pulling the spear out while the doctor gave him specific instructions on how to move it while she observed the stomach area. Alana was holding her breath too, making sure not to make any noise. But after the tense minutes, the spear came out and the doctor immediately set to stopping the blood and stitching the wound up. But seeing the small smile she had, Luffy sighed in relief knowing Katie was safe. "Is his mom gonna be okay?" Alana asked, coming next to Luffy and grabbing him. "Yes, honey. Your mom is safe and your sibling is safe too," the doctor answered. "Thank you." Alana sobbed now in happiness as she buried her head on Luffy's shoulder. "Good, are you okay to talk now?" Luffy asked her. "Yeah, this is just routine," the doctor said, giving him a sideways glance while applying bandages around Katie's wounds. "You're the crazy outsider, aren't you? You're friends with Katie?" "Crazy outsider? Is that what you all call me?" "Yeah, who else is crazy to train like you do? We've even had bets to see how long it'll take for you to die from exhaustion." "Well, we can talk at length about that later. Where's Saul?" The doctor grimaced. "They took him back home. What for? And why the attack here?" "Well, long story short. Wicker didn't like that Saul was hanging around on the island with his demonic hound blood. Bunch of reasons he made up to kick him out to E. Okay, time out. I have no idea what the deal here is. Just tell me if Saul is in danger wherever he was taken." "Yes." The doctor sighed knowing he had no idea of their clan's affairs, so explained in simpler terms. "One faction wants to kill Saul. Another doesn't. They're arguing right now on what to do." Luffy frowned. "Then why attack here and try to kill Katie?" "The faction that wants to kill him came to take him back, but when they came here, they found Aang from beast to human. They didn't think that he had control of the demonic powers and hence attacked him. Katie got caught up and seeing her die made Saul snap. He became feral again, but they captured him. They are taking him back home to show the others that he's still feral in nature and thus should be killed." "Okay." Luffy stood up. "Can I trust you to treat Katie?" "She's my sister," she said, looking up at him, and Luffy grinned and nodded. "Okay then, I'll leave her to you." "Where are you going?" she yelled as she saw Luffy walking out. "To save Saul. Where else? You're an outsider. It'll make things only worse for Saul if you show up and create chaos." "But you said he'll be put to death if nothing was done." "Might, but yeah, he probably will, but there's still a chance he won't. But if you show up, it'll look bad for him. I'll just have to save him. Do you really think you can bring him out from the middle of the village? The strongest warriors will be gathered there?" "Oh, that's what you're worried about. Don't worry, things will work out." "I'm coming too," Alana suddenly yelled, coming out of a room with a quiver of arrows on her back and a bow in her hand. Seeing the determined look in her eyes, Luffy nodded with a smile. "Sure, come along." "Are you crazy? Don't take a child." "Nah, Alana can handle it, right?" "Right, now, you take care of Katie. I'll be back shortly." Luffy scooped up Alana and ran towards their village without waiting for a response from the doctor. Honestly, Luffy didn't think they would put up much of a fight. He had seen some of their so-called strongest warriors during hunting, and he was pretty sure he could take out each warrior with a single punch. The only hard part of this whole thing was saving Katie and now going to Saul before he was killed. The rest was actually very simple. Luffy and Alana reached the edge of the village and observed what was happening. They saw that Saul was in a cage while being cartwheeled through the village. Pretty much everyone had gathered to see what was happening, so stealth was out of the question. And Saul was raging inside the cage, but not an unconscious out-of-control rage. But a very conscious Saul was growling inside the cage at someone called Wicker for killing his wife. "He thinks Katie is dead, it seems," Luffy commented. "Yeah, so how do we get him out?" Alana asked, looking around the area. I know a path from here which is barely used. If we go. No, you're making things too complicated. Come on, let's just pop out in front of everyone and take him back. Alana stared at Luffy wide-eyed, but then remembered all the insane training he did and nodded slowly. Aniki, if it's you, I don't think anyone can stop you. That's my girl. Luffy grinned, ruffling her hair. Hee, let's go. Yep. Luffy grabbed her, and a second later, he appeared right in front of the cage and caught Soul's eyes. Luffy, outsider, came a chorus of shouts, but Luffy ignored them as he focused on Soul. Don't worry, Katie is alive and safe. It seemed like a weight was lifted off of him as he slumped down and let out a huge and deep sigh. Thank Willia. Outsider. It's the crazy outsider. Luffy observed all the people who were now pointing spears and arrows at him with an angry and wary look. One particularly large man stepped up with an axe and glared at him. Outsider, we've left you alone all these days because frankly, we thought you were crazy. But now you come into our village? You have no right, leave at once or else F.A. Oh, shut it, Wicker. Saul cut him off from inside the cage. He's my guest. There, problem solved. Saul, the man called Wicker, scowled. Shut up, you big asshole, Alana yelled, glaring at Wicker. Luff concluded that this Wicker guy was the one who led the Kill Saul faction. Wicker directed a death glare at Alana, and seeing that, Saul, still in his human beast form, let out a growl. Luffy interrupted, looking at Saul. Not sure what to do here. Can I just take you away? Or do you need to deal with something here? Saul managed to calm down, looking at the carefree Luffy, and sighed. Just break the cage first and protect Alana. I'll deal with the others. Sure. Wicker looked on in amusement. You think you can break the cage? Haha. Wicker's laugh died in his throat as Luffy just casually bent the bars before they creaked and broke off. Saul emerged from the cage and first hugged Alana while the rest raised their spears and bows at him. An old man stepped up next. Saul. Saul looked at the old man and nodded. Father. What have you become, Saul? Willia has cursed you, and now the demon blood is affecting Y. I have done nothing that could have angered Willia. Saul rebuked. It's not demon blood. It's a supernatural ability you get after eating a special type of fruit. It's pretty common in the outside world apparently. Supernatural ability? Yeah. We've been living on this tiny island, so we don't know anything. But Luffy here has met a lot of others like me who can transform into animals. It's very common in the outside world. You're being deceived, Wicker yelled. This outsider is crazy, as we've all seen. Saul. You were always saying that we should expand and get off this island, so you're allowing yourself to be deceived. You'll bring ruin to everyone here. Saul stared at Wicker, then his supposed father for a while before he looked like he had made a decision. Right, I always wanted us to get out and expand, but I've had enough. You almost killed my wife and my daughter. If Luffy wasn't here, all three of us would have been killed by you, so yeah, I'm done. I'll be leaving this island with my family. Saul, his father yelled, shocked. Father, thank you for taking care of me, but now that I'm like this is no longer a place I can live in safely, Saul said to his father with a smile before turning to Wicker. Congratulations, brother. You'll succeed as the next chief. Do whatever the hell you want. I give up. Luffy just stood around, not really paying attention. The only thing he concentrated on was that Saul wanted to go out into the outside world instead of just staying here. Saul said a few goodbyes to his father and a few more people, and within 30 minutes Saul, Alana and Luffy were heading back to Soul's house. Wicker wanted to start a fight, but one glare from Luffy had shut him up. Sorry you had to see that, Saul said awkwardly, rubbing his head. We made you get involved in our clan affairs. Nah, don't worry about it, Sue. You wanted to leave the island, huh? Yeah. I wanted our whole clan to expand outside and mingle with the outside world, but the people here are set in their ways, and Wicker desperately wanted that not to happen. The current tribe chief is our father, so him and I are the next in line to succession. It was a battle between me and him, but once I ate the devil fruit, everything changed. I banished myself, but today when Wicker came to my house and saw that I was in full control, I guess he got worried that I'll again fight him for the chief position, so he threatened Katie and made me get inside a cage, but then he stabbed her. It's okay, Daddy. Aniki and Ali treated Mom, she's okay now. Saul patted her head and looked gratefully at Luffy. Thank you, truly. Luffy just nodded with a smile. They soon reached the house and Katie was conscious by then. She broke down in happy sobs when she saw both Saul and Alana were safe and the three had a long hug. "You actually did it," the doctor, whose name was Ali, said looking at the family with happy tears. "It was easy. I just broke him out and Saul talked to them. We didn't even fight with anyone." "Wait, really? You didn't fight?" "Nope," Alana chirped, breaking from the hug. Iniki just glared at them and they all got scared. Hee, that was great. Iniki, teach me to glare like that." "That's right," Saul also added happily. "I was expecting Wicker to start something but one look from Luffy and he stepped back." "Wow, Luffy, come here," Katie said, holding he and Luffy reciprocated. "Thank you so much. Ali told me how you helped, and for bringing Saul back. Thank you. I don't think I can ever repay you." She just live happy lives. "That's enough. You're precious," Katie giggled, ruffling his hair. Luffy also giggled, separating from the hug, and Saul then told them what had happened back at the village. His decision to leave the island was received positively by Katie, as she also looked like she wanted to leave the island too. Alana was even more happy because after hearing Luffy talk about some of the things found on other islands, she had become obsessed with going out too. "I'd also like to come," Ali interjected, getting everyone's attention. "I don't really want to stay here either." "Of course you're coming. I'm not leaving my sister here," Katie said with a smile. She suddenly got an idea and grabbed Luffy, who was still next to her. "Hey, why don't you marry Luffy? If I wasn't married to Saul already, I would have already jumped him." "Okay," Luffy said, separating from Katie. "I think I'll leave now. Need to get back to training, you see." "What? You don't think I'm good enough?" Ali asked, offended. Luffy stared at her from top to bottom. "No, you're really beautiful. No, I think the word hot would fit you better. And the way you did your job as a doctor was admirable and amazing too. But I'm not interested, so sorry." Oh, I see." Ali blushed profusely at the honest praise. She was just joking around, but looking at him staring at her with those big earnest eyes and hearing him give out straightforward praise just made her really happy. "Wow," Katie said, wide-eyed, "I don't think I've ever seen you like this before." "Wait just a damn minute," Saul interrupted, pointing at Katie. "I think I just heard something I shouldn't have. Did you just say you'll marry Luffy if I wasn't here?" Katie just looked at him smugly as she pulled Luffy close again. "I think I might just do it regardless." "Gaia, that's it, Luffy. You and me, we're fighting to the death for Katie." "Oh, stop it. Luffy will pummel you in seconds. I gotta get back to training, so bye," Luffy said as he quickly ran away. Luffy hadn't had time to think about it then, but when Alana had come running asking for help, he had actually sensed her despair. He felt emotions from his haki. During his last month, Alana and even Ali became regular visitors to his training area, so he tested sensing their emotions, but couldn't feel any. They weren't feeling any strong emotions, so of course he couldn't sense anything. He decided he would try it when there are more people around him. The month passed by quickly and it was time for Luffy to leave. He had trained the same and all his techniques had gotten stronger. Activating Gear 2 was as easy as breathing and he could maintain it for 30 minutes. Gear 3 could be maintained for 15 minutes before he turned into his miniature form and then needed 6 minutes of rest to turn back to his original form. Observation was around 300 meters around himself while armament and conquerors were still stuck. All in all, he was quite happy with how much stronger he had become in those 7 months. Saul and the others also decided to leave with him, and Saul had even hidden away a boat in case of such an event, and thus, 2 boats set out of the Willian Island 7 months after Luffy landed on it. The Willian family actually knew how to sail as they did go fishing a lot, so Luffy didn't have to teach them anything. But they didn't know much about the outside world, so he decided to help them settle down a bit. He still had a month left, and apart from raising about 40 million for the ride, he didn't have anything else to do. He didn't want to miss the only ship he had found, so had decided to go back a month earlier in case of any changes in the ship's schedule or in case he got lost again. 6 days of sailing and the 2 boats finally arrived at Might Island. Luffy sighed in relief as he successfully managed to reach the island with just a 2-day delay. He had asked Claire on how to traverse from the Beast Island to Might Island, and she had given him a very comprehensive list of things to expect while sailing that particular route and what to do in some cases, which included stuff like, if you feel a strong east-flowing wind on the 3rd day, Immediately check the compass and make sure you're not deviating. On the second day, there's a wind current that blows around midday. Either watch your boat like a hawk or just furl the sails and stop for a while. You can start again once that wind current is gone, and so on. Just this one sea route had so many complex directions, and he appreciated navigators a whole lot more and couldn't wait to meet Nami. The four Williams looked wide-eyed at the bustling Gat City and the large amount of people, and were honestly a bit overwhelmed. Luffy took charge and first got them new clothes as their beast hides was attracting a lot of attention, and then gave them a short tour of the city. They weren't completely clueless as they did have books on their island about the outside world, so it wasn't hard for Luffy to explain things. The family had decided that they would first see a big city and then decide whether they would live in the city itself or find some other island with a small village where they could earn their living through farming. And looked like that decision had been made as they all seemed to have fallen in love with the city. While giving the tour, a cat suddenly jumped on Luffy's shoulders and he happily coddled it, recognizing who it was. "Tabby, you missed me." "Maru? Luffy?" came a woman's surprised voice, and Luffy turned to see Claire. "Yo," he grinned at her before pointing at himself, "I'm not dead." It finally computed for her that Luffy was in fact standing in front of her and she gasped, going for a hug. "Oh my god, you're still alive." "Told you were worrying for nothing," he smirked, returning the hug. "Right, wow, you've grown stronger," she said, noticing his well-built and defined muscles. She, that island was amazing. And you were right about the beasts. All were at least 7 meters tall, with the biggest being as big as 12 meters. "Wow, I need a comprehensive story," she yelled, her reporter side latching onto him, wanting to know the full story. "I think these guys will do a better job of explaining the island," he said, pointing at Saul and the others, who waved awkwardly at her. "Who? Friends I made on the island. There was a human tribe there and I became friends with this family who wanted to leave the island too." "A human tribe?" Claire was very excited to meet them and even offered to host a lunch so that she could get to know them better and learn of their island more. The Williams were of course more than happy to find a new friend. A couple of days later, they had all settled in, courtesy of Luffy and Claire. The two had explained what all they didn't understand and even helped Allie get a job as a doctor in the best hospital on the island. Saul got a bunch of jobs as a manual laborer as he was pretty strong and his hound form was even stronger. He was afraid at first that the people would call him a demon again when he transformed, but almost all places he went to just had people going, "Oh, a devil fruit user. Handy," and that was it. Katie was pregnant, so she decided to get a job after she gave birth, so she just rested, and Alana was having the time of her life exploring the new island. It was the third day since Luffy returned to Might Island and he was having lunch at Claire's house along with the William family. He had exactly 3 weeks left to spend here and he had to raise 40 million for the ride. He wasn't that worried, as even if he didn't manage to make that much, he decided to just sneak on board. Even if he was found out later, what could they do? He was strong, so there was no threat to his life. He still decided to raise the money though. Claire was really knowledgeable about these things, so he asked her, "Hey Cly, 0 million. Any bounties nearby I can take down?" Claire just looked at him strangely. "Didn't you say you're leaving in 3 weeks?" "Yeah, then how will you raise 40 million? That's what I'm asking you. Any bounties here around 40 million? You want to go after 40 million high bounties?" Luffy sighed and slowly explained it to her again like she was a child. "Yes. Me. Want to find big bounty. Take down. Give to Marines. Collect money. Understand?" Which only caused her to get angry. She smacked him a couple of times for making fun of her, before answering his question with a huff. "The closest bounty you'll find here are the Mulberry siblings. They run these parts of the sea." "What?" Claire sighed and with a solemn look started explaining. "A chain of around 10 islands including this one. They're all under the control of the Mulberry siblings. They're part of a huge mafia family who collect taxes and control all sea routes here." Claire had a lot to say and Luffy got bored in the middle of it, so stopped paying attention. Basically, there was a mafia family who controlled these parts and extorted money from everyone apparently. Luffy also realized that this was the reason why no one was willing to become his navigator all those months ago when he was searching for islands, as they apparently asked for safety fees if anyone was ever found sailing without permission. "Why couldn't I have run into them? Would have made finding islands easier," he sighed. Claire was a reporter, so she apparently had permission from them to sail, but under strict conditions though. Stop. Luffy cut Claire off, who had started listing off all the members of the family and how much power they all had. Do they have bounties, and if so, how much? Totally, it would come up to around 120 million. They have quite a few people who have bounties on their heads in their family. They bribed the Marines too, so th. Please stop, Luffy begged when she started explaining again. Where are they? Another island a couple of days from here. Are you saying you want to take this mafia family out? What I want is 40 million. If they have bounties, then sure, I guess I'm taking them out. You're crazy, Claire yelled, shocked. Do you have any idea of how strong they are? Iniki's stronger, Alana yelled, suddenly interjecting into the conversation, surprising Claire. There's no way Iniki will lose to someone. She, that's right. So, can you take me there? Claire was having a hard time processing what he was saying, but Katie looked at her amusedly and told her some of the things Luffy had done on the island in the name of training, and she couldn't believe a single word of it as it was just too outrageous. Ultimately, Luffy convinced her, and 3 days later, he found himself in a hotel room with a bunch of random people Claire had gathered after they had landed on the island where the mafia family was. Apparently, these were all her colleagues from the newspaper she worked at, who were all oppressed under the mafia, and Claire thought that if Luffy was really going to attack them, it would be better with more people, and hence had called them all. The mafia family also controlled the local newspapers, and thus Claire and her colleagues all wanted to take them down too, but didn't have the strength. They all asked Luffy if he was crazy, and after saying, "Yes, I'm crazy," they finally stared, discussing on how to take the family down. Okay, Brack Malberry will be on this island for the next whole week. But his brother is leaving tomorrow to another island and coming back only at the end of the week, so the best chance to attack is the day after tomorrow, when there's only one of them. Their strongest forces will be halved, as Daw and Suvar will be the only ones presa. Will you all please stop, Luffy begged when they started making intricate plans and looked at Claire and the others tiredly. That's right, Alana said, nodding sagely. You guys are making too many plans. We should just go and fight them. Alana. Katie hit her lightly. When did you become so reckless? Oh, I know when, Saul sighed, looking at Luffy, who was giving an approving nod to Alana. It's this bastard who's at fault. She, Luffy, Claire said exasperatedly. You can't take them all by yourself. It's suicide. Luffy just looked out the window of the second-floor hotel room they had gathered at and saw a huge building right in the middle of the island. That's their house, I'm guessing? Yeah. The house itself has a ton of security. We need to infiltrate in quietly and make sure to take them out one by one. The others also started agreeing with Claire and saying their own points when Luffy clapped his hand, silencing everyone. Forget about everything for now and just answer me this. How many of you want to punch the living daylights out of the mafia family? Don't worry about if it's possible or not. Just tell me if you want to punch them. Pretty much everyone raised their hands, including the Willian family. They had gotten close with Claire over the past few days, and wanted to help her out when they learned she had also suffered under them, and hence had tagged along. Okay, good. Then let's go punch the living daylights out of everyone you want. Some began, bewildered, when Luffy opened the window and grinned. Okay, I'm a go now. Anyone who wants can tag along. Ooh, I'm coming. Ali piped up, grabbing and clinging onto Luffy's back. I might be just a doctor, but I also fought with beasts, you know. These chumps should be easy enough. She good. I'm coming too, of course. Saul smiled, stretching and transforming into his human beast form. Me too, Alana began, but Katie grabbed her. The two of us will snipe from the surrounding buildings. She was over 6 months pregnant, so couldn't move much, but she could still sit and launch arrows easily. Alana pouted, protesting that she wanted to go with her Aniki, but Luffy chuckled and gave her the important task of protecting her mother if anyone came close, and she nodded resolutely, while Katie and Saul looked amused at how much she listened to Luffy. What are you guys talking about? Claire asked, finally not being able to understand them. Oh, Claire, Ali grinned at her as she tightened her hold on Luffy's back. You'll soon learn why we called Luffy the crazy outsider. She. Luffy jumped out the window and kept jumping on air as he went towards the big building while the rest watched in shock. Saul also jumped out and landed on the ground before running towards the building while growling like a beast. Katie and Alana just jumped onto ledges and jumped from rooftop to rooftop, making their way towards the Mafia base. Claire and the others watched in bewilderment as Luffy threw Ali inside the building before one of his legs stretched all the way up before stomping down on the building, cleaving it into two and breaking it apart. Of course, he had used observation to make sure no one was there where he had cleaved it in two. And then the chaos started as screams and gunfire reverberated across the house, which quickly spread across the island. Shouts of, "It's a straw hat wearing bastard. Get him. No. Run away. He's a monster. It's a motherfucking werewolf. Looks more like a hound actually. Then it's a damn werehound. Do the semantics really matter right now? He's destroying us. Hey. Is that small woman supposed to take us Dao Jia? She's a monster too. Run away. Who the fuck is sniping at us? There, it's a kid? A mother and daughter? Jia HHHHHHHHHH. Claire and the others just stood in stunned silence. I want to punch the living daylights out of Brack. One of the people Claire had gathered suddenly piped up, watching the mayhem unfold. Me too, another agreed. Well, Claire said, looking at them and then the chaotic building. What are we waiting for? Let's go punch the living daylights out of our tormentors. Yeah. They chorused and soon joined in on the mate from one street vendor to the next, trying out all the new types of food that was a specialty of the island. In the middle of the island was the smoking, broken remains of the Mafia family's building that he had a huge hand in tearing down, quite literally, as he had gone into Gear 3 and punched the building to pieces. The island was of course throwing a victory feast after the downfall of the Mafia family, whose name Luffy didn't even remember. All he knew was that a few islands were oppressed by them, and now he had freed them while also having a ton of fun along the way. Also, he was apparently 120 million rich now, and if he wanted he could take the more than 400 million worth of treasure found in the Mafia house. Obviously, Luffy only took around 50 million, 40 million for the ride back home and the rest for food expenses. He was happy seeing Claire and a bunch of people crying with happiness while he didn't even know why, and he wondered if this is how the story Luffy felt every time he saved someone. In the story, he doesn't really know what's going on most of the time, as he doesn't care much. He didn't even know Nami's history or who or how Arlong had enslaved her island for 8 years. All he knew was that someone had made Nami cry and he had beat them down for that. And here all he knew was that he wanted 40 million, knew that they had somehow hurt Claire, and thus, he took them down. He didn't know a thing of what the Mafia had apparently done, and he didn't care either. Does it really matter? All he needed to know was that they had hurt his friends, and so, he had to punch them. Either way, he now had money to get a ride. People were happy and throwing a feast, and so he jumped in on the singing, dancing and eating. There were still 2 weeks left when Luffy came back to Gat City along with the Williams and Claire after the victory feast was done. He had wanted to quickly get off that island as people had started calling him a hero, and he had enough of snapping at everyone and correcting them that he was a pirate. Thus he was back so soon. He first handed the 40 million to the ship captain that was going to East Blue, and he just had to wait now. He thought it would be a boring 2 weeks, but he had one more small but important adventure during those 2 weeks. It was just after coming back from the victory feast, and he was wondering what he should do with his remaining time when he remembered that Ohara was also in South Blue. He wondered how it was currently, and if possible, he wanted to visit it. Ultimately though, it turned out to be a bust, as no map had any entry of Ohara, and even Claire had asked around but no one knew of it or found it on any map. But that searching led him to find another island he wanted to visit. Batterola. Luffy breathed seeing the place on a map. He immediately went to Claire and asked about it, but she didn't have anything special to say about it. It was about 6 days away apparently, and was just a tropical island as far as she remembered. He, of course, wanted to go there. And obviously, he pulled a reluctant Claire into his small trip. He only had 2 weeks, so it would be a tight schedule, but he wanted to visit it. 6 days later, Luffy finally laid eyes on one of the islands that he knew about from the story in South Blue. Batterola. Birthplace of his brother Portgas d'Ace, and also the place where Portgas d. Rouge had died. It was also the place where a cruel, horrific and disgusting incident had occurred around 20 years ago, where many of the pregnant women who were almost due, women who had just given birth in a span of a few months, and their just-born babies were put to death by the world government just because they suspected that Roger had a lover there and maybe had gotten her pregnant. Rouge had sustained the baby in her womb for 20 months before finally giving birth because of this. and as a result of the extended pregnancy, she had died giving birth. It sickened Luffy that such a horrific incident was even possible. He understood how SMY the world nobles were and could see them ordering such acts without batting an eye, but the actual Marines who were ordered to carry out the task, how could they? Killing babies. Luffy shook his head, trying to rid his head of these thoughts as he walked around Batarula. It was a fairly normal tropical town with palm trees and cabanas, and the people were just going about their day like any other island. It was 20 years ago that the incident had happened after all. He wanted to go to a certain place on the island, and after asking around and getting directions, he bought flowers and made his way there. It was to the graveyard. The one place where he could possibly find Rouge. He reached the place and went around searching for her tombstone and found it fairly quickly. As he stood in front of Rouge's tombstone, he noticed that it was fairly well maintained compared to the other tombstones. Portgas de Rouge was boldly chiseled on it, and her epithet read, "One of the bravest women, one of the kindest souls, one of the strongest mothers, you will be dearly missed." As he stood there in front of her grave, he started remembering the anime scenes of her suffering in silence, sitting on a rocking chair as she endured the pain of keeping the baby in her womb and also the pain of losing Roger. He remembered her saying to herself, "Not yet," her holding the newspaper which reported Roger's execution on a cliff, and finally after giving birth, telling Garp her baby's name as she hugged Ace and cried with a smile. He sat in front of her grave, placed the flowers on it, and after confirming that he was all alone, started to talk to her. "Hello, Rouge. My name is Monkey D. Luffy. You obviously don't know me, but on a very stretched technicality, I guess I'm your stepson." Realizing how that sounded, he hastily added, No, Roger didn't have an affair and had me with another woman or anything. Nothing like that. You see, after you entrusted Ace to Garp, he brought Ace to Dawn Island in East Blue and left Ace with some mountain bandits so that no one would realize or suspect his real identity. That's where he and I met. Yeah, I'm Garp's grandson, and Gramps one day decided that I would live with the mountain bandits too and left me there. So that's how I met Ace. He was 10 and I was 7. Actually, the first time he saw me, Ace spat on me and tried to kill me a few times. She. Luffy chuckled and then went on to narrate about Dayton and the mountain bandits. How Luffy had chased after him. How Ace had tried to kill him multiple times. How after finally catching up to him, he had ended up in Grade Terminal. How he found about his friend Sabo. How they had both tied up him and then later saved him from pirates. He told her how Ace had this complex of being a criminal's child and how he would ask random people their opinions about Roger and any offspring he might have had, and after they expressed their hatred for Roger and said that any child he had should be considered a demon and be put down immediately, he started to feel all alone, unneeded and worthless. Luffy told her how he, without even realizing it, had broken down Ace's walls and told him that he was needed and loved. He told her with a huge smile about all the silly adventures he, Ace and Sabo had got up to, how they would get into trouble with the bandits, their escapades in Goa, dining and dashing, and all the other tidbits and silly conversations they had had. He then told her about how they finally exchanged sake cups and became brothers. He then in a somber tone told about Sabo's parents, the eventual separation and the Grade Terminal fire incident where they lost Sabo. He told her that after Sabo's death, they had both made a vow to each other to do whatever they wanted and to live without regrets. He again shifted to a happy tone and started going through all the things he and Ace went through for the rest of the years and also about Sabo's rescue and how happy Ace would be when he learns of it now. He laughed as he told her about how he had gotten Manor LD was now a polite young man. When he turned 17, he left on his journey. That was more than 2 years ago now. The last I heard, he had formed his own crew called the Spade Pirates. He's probably on Whitebeard's ship right now and made a ton of brothers. He then picked up his straw hat which was dangling behind him, held it in front of her grave and told her a bit about himself. I got this hat from Shanks when he visited my village. This was before I met Ace. A lot of things happened, but basically Shanks saved my life, and after I promised him that I'll gather a crew that is greater than his and become the next pirate king, he gave me this hat. We made a promise that I'll return it to him once I become a great pirate. I only recently found out that this hat belonged to Roger once and he had entrusted it to Shanks when he was an apprentice on his ship. And then years later Shanks entrusted it to me. I don't really know the history behind this, and don't care much about it either other than simple curiosity, but you can say that it kinda carries Roger's will, So yeah, what I'm trying to tell you is that I inherited your husband's will and I will become the freest person on the sea. I will become the next pirate king. Luffy could feel a sort of warmth emanating from the grave as he kept talking to her about all this. In the anime, he had seen spirits of dead people kinda listening when people talked to them near their grave, like Belmere when Nami was saying her goodbyes in Kokoyashi. It could be just a literary device to invoke emotions in the audience, but it could also be real. And if it was real, he had no idea how spirits in the soul plane interacted with the universe, but he just assumed and believed that Rouge's spirit was actually somehow listening. I can kinda feel a warmth coming from the grave, so I'll just assume you're here. No idea how afterlife and spirits work, but doesn't hurt to believe it, right? She. He smiled, feeling the warmth spreading. In the future, the world government will find out Ace's real identity, and they will try to have him executed. But don't worry, I promise that I'll do everything in my power to save your son. Luffy declared with conviction. He's my precious brother and I'll do everything I can to save him, so yeah, just wanted to tell you that Ace will live a long and happy life. He had said what all he wanted to say and decided it was time to say goodbye, so got up and said his final words. Well, I better get going. It's another long story of how I ended up here and how I even know you, but I'll save it for another time. I don't think Ace knows about this place, so I'll tell him and bring him here to meet you sometime in the future. Goodbye, Rouge. He turned around to walk away but froze when he felt someone gently pressing their hands on his back. He just stood there feeling the warmth as he felt the arms gently moving up his back, reaching his head and started softly ruffling his hair under his hat. He felt love and warmth emanating from the touch and also heard happy crying words of a mother, "Thank you." The feeling suddenly retreated just as soon as it had appeared and he turned around, but finding no one, just chuckled. "Knew you were there. She. See you, Rouge. I'll come with Ace next time." Luffy went back to the boat where Claire was waiting, wondering if he actually felt Rouge's spirit or it was all his imagination. He decided that if he ever met White again, he would ask him if it was real, and if it was, how all this spirit thing worked exactly. Luffy was standing in front of the cargo ship while it was getting ready to leave with a backpack that contained all his belongings. He had deposited all the important stuff he had gotten from Reiju at a bank safe on Might Island before he went to the Willian Island, so everything was safe and sound. Claire, Tabby, Saul, Katie, Alana and Ali had all come to see him off, and Alana was sobbing and yelling at him to not go. "Come on, Alana, Luffy has a family too, you know. He needs to get back to them." But he's my Aniki," Alana sobbed. Luffy just chuckled and ruffled her hair. "I'll see you again someday, Alana. You want to become a pirate too, right?" "Yes," Alana instantly replied. "No," Saul and Katie instantly rebuked. "Luffy, stop infecting her, she's not going to become a pirate," Katie chided him. "That's right. The world's too dangerous. No, I'm going to become a pirate. I'll go with Aniki and make him the pirate king. Aniki, take me away right now." Saul and Katie slumped down in depression while Luffy, Claire, Ali and even Tabby laughed. "Well, you're too young to be a pirate, Alana," Luffy said, feeling like Shanks. "The seas are very dangerous, you know, and it'll gobble you up. So, make sure you become very strong, and only then can you decide to set out as a pirate. Who knows, I'll come back in a few years, and if you're strong enough, I'll let you join my crew too." Alana tapped her foot for a while before nodding her head resolutely. "Yes, that's a good idea. It'll also give me time to take care of these two blockheads first and make sure they're completely settled. I'll also have a sibling I'll have to take care of." Alana. Saul and Katie hugged their daughter in tears, seeing how much she cared about them. "You guys are so funny," Luffy laughed seeing their antics. "So are you," Ali said with a smirk as she hugged him goodbye. "You're so fun, I'll miss having you around." Yeah, take care, Ali, thanks, you too. You're an enigma to be sure, Luffy," Claire said as she hugged him too. "Are you sure you don't want to be known as a hero who saved us from the Marlberry Mafia?" "The what mafia?" Luffy asked, playing dumb, causing Claire to sigh. Okay, you call yourself a pirate and don't even want fame. I wonder what kind of crew you'll gather and what kind of things you'll do." She the best crew in the world, and we're gonna be doing some epic crazy things." Sure, she smiled. Tabby jumped on his shoulder next and nuzzled into his neck lovingly. "Maraf." "Bye, Tabby." Take care of Claire and Alana for me, okay? Luffy smiled as he coddled it one last time. Hey, I'm the one who'll take care of Tabby, not the other way around, Alana protested while the rest laughed. Saul stepped up next and presented a gold trinket to him. It was small and a roughly square-shaped piece of gold with the engraving of an eye resting on waves, which was the symbol of their god. This is a token of appreciation for saving all our lives, Saul said, grabbing Luffy's hand and putting the trinket in it. I know you don't believe in God, but this piece of gold was said to be a part of Willia herself. She broke off some of the gold ornaments she was wearing and gave it to our ancestors so that they can remember and worship her. Willia takes care of anyone who has this gold trinket. Please accept it. May the blessings of Willia bring happiness to you. Luffy had seen the tribe back on the island have a vigil of sorts, and a number of these gold trinkets formed the symbol of their god. He obviously didn't believe in their god or had a use for the piece of gold, but for them, it was one of their most prized possessions, and they were giving it to him. Are you sure? This is of religious importance to you, isn't it? Is it alright to give it to someone like me who doesn't believe in it? Me and Katie each have one of these trinkets, so we're giving one to you. Please accept it, Luffy, Katie also added. We owe our lives to you. I know you don't believe it, but we do. This trinket will make Willia keep a watch over you too and keep you safe. Seeing their determined expressions, Luffy gratefully accepted it. Okay, I'll take good care of this. Thank you. The ship sounded its horn signaling departure, and he said his final goodbyes. Well, I better get going. Stay happy, guys. Goodbye, Luffy, Iniki. Miu. Luffy jumped on the ship and waved them goodbye from the deck until the island was no longer visible. He then studied the ing, nothing special about it, safely tucked it into the chest with the eternal poses and other important things. Luffy stretched his body, popping some joints, and went to the makeshift room the captain had provided him. He collapsed into the bed, happy that he was finally going back to his home. He didn't know it then, but that small piece of gold would cause one of the happiest and memorable moments of his life, and also lead to one of the most despair-inducing moments of his life. Grand Line, Paradise, deep undersea. In one of deepest recesses of the Grand Line where sea kings ruled, there sat a translucent figure on the wreckage of a long-forgotten ship with drooped shoulders and face buried in her knees. She was a white fairy-like creature, as she had two beautiful butterfly-like wings sprouting on her back while radiating beautiful soft golden light, but in stark contrast to her beautiful and ethereal figure, her mood was miserable and downcast. She had been in the same slouched position for decades, having no will to live, and unfortunately for her, she couldn't die either. The figure suddenly sensed something and slightly lifted her head. She sensed that someone new had touched her, a part of her at least. She used her powers to take a look at the new person, and it turned out to be a man wearing a straw hat. It was also a new location, as it wasn't on the same old depressing island the people who thought she was a god lived on, but in a bustling city in front of a ship. She also realized that some of her so-called worshippers had also seemingly left the boring island too and had just presented the trinket to the man willingly. There were usually a lot of fights and killing to get a hold of that useless piece of gold, so it was kinda refreshing that someone was just being presented with it. She stared at the man for a few moments, hearing him laugh joyously without a care in the world. She heard one of her worshippers say that she takes care of anyone holding that piece of gold, and she didn't even have the energy to laugh. She couldn't even help the people most precious to her, so how was she supposed to help anyone else? All she could do was sit and watch, using her wretched powers she didn't even ask for, as the whole world moved on. She hadn't even gazed at anyone on the island for decades now, until this very moment. She stared at the grinning straw hat wearing man for a bit, but soon lost interest and stopped her observation. She buried her head more into her knees and continued sitting there without moving, living her miserable existence, thinking that she fully deserved the harsh loneliness and to feel miserable for the rest of her never-ending life. Might Island, 2 months after Luffy left. Done with the work? Ali asked Claire as she finished writing a ton of doents at her desk. The two had become really close and had even moved in together after Claire bought a house on Might Island. In a way, I guess, Claire said with a sigh. It's so tiresome when you're starting your own company, you know. She trailed off but then smiled. But still, I think we're on track. With the 400 million berries plus all the records and underground channels we raided from the Marlberry Mafia, we have a ton of ways to acquire resources. My new newspaper company should be established within 5 months. I have no reference to judge if that's good or not. Don't you see the huge smile on my face? It's fucking great. Do you know how long others struggle for to launch a newspaper company when that bastard Morgan keeps breathing down your neck over every little detail? Less than 5 months is a miracle. Allie giggled seeing the childish enthusiasm of her face, and they were going to talk more, but there was a knock on the door. Alana is back with Tabby, I guess, Allie said as she went to open the door. And sure enough, Alana was back after taking Tabby out to play, but she had also brought company. 2 women stood at the entrance, one with a hopeful look on her face and the other with a bored look. Ran into these 2 while coming back. They're looking for Claire, Alana announced. Are you Claire? The woman with the hopeful look asked. She was a woman in her late 20s with aquamarine blue hair tied into a high ponytail, wearing a long white trench coat over her dress that made her look like a pharmacist and had a few scars on her chin and left cheek. That would be me, Claire said, getting up and greeting her. Ah, hello. Nice to meet you. My name Will you get on with it already? The other woman snapped irritably at the blue-haired woman. She was a young pink-haired woman with an anti-eyebrow below her right eye, bright red lipstick on her lips, and was wearing a white tank top and a jacket with suspenders reaching down to her shorts. And she was sighing with irritation. Shut your trap, Captain. Hey, show some respect in front of others at least. Don't want to, I'll have to teach you some manners, the pink-haired woman spat as she tried to touch. Not hit, but just touch, the other woman. Thankfully, Claire cleared her throat, getting their attention and making Pink stop. Pink just sighed in defeat. Okay, get to the point directly. We've already wasted enough time taking a detour and coming here based on a rumor. Will you stop talking for a few minutes? Blue snapped at Pink, causing her to pout. Blue then turned towards Claire and the others with a sheepish expression. Sorry about that. My captain's patience is very small, unlike her very large appetite. That's okay. How can I help you? Are you pirates? Alana popped up suddenly in between, excitedly looking at the 2. Her calling the other woman captain was a dead giveaway. Pink just stared in bewilderment. Usually it's shouts of, "Are you pirates?" filled with fear and disgust. This certainly is new. Well, Allie smiled, we met a pirate who changed the definition, I guess. Did he do heroic acts? But when people called him a hero, he vehemently denied in disgust, saying, I'm not a hero. I'm a pirate. Blue asked, her voice getting louder and louder with excitement. That's Aniki's line, Alana pointed out happily. Yeah, Claire smiled. Guess you're friends of Luffy? I knew it is him. He's alive. Blue breathed, almost on the verge of happy tears. Want to come in? Allie asked, seeing that there was some history between her and Luffy. The 2 nodded and they all quickly settled in Claire's living room. So where is this supposed mystery man of yours? Pink asked. Luffy, he left around 2 months ago, Claire answered, causing Blue's shoulders to droop and let out a deep sigh. Damn, looks like we missed him. Any idea where he went? Yeah, back to his home in East Blue. Not sure where in East Blue though. Pink sighed and looked at Blue. We can't go to East Blue and search for him. Yeah, I know. Mind sharing your history with him? Claire asked, having a gut feeling that this woman had a story to tell. Can you first tell me about Luffy? People pointed us towards you when we asked about him around the city. How did he end up here and what was he doing? Well, sure, Claire agreed, and she, Allie and Alana summed up his stay with them, from Claire meeting him at the hotel, his training and rescue of Alana's family, and the taking down of the Marlberry Mafia. Wow, he sure lives, huh? Pink grinned. I already like him. Blue nodded with happiness. Yeah, he's the same crazy hero I know. Ooh, I miss him snapping at anyone calling him a hero. Allie chuckled. It was so funny. Almost nothing phases him, but when someone calls him a hero, he gets so irritated. Yes. Blue also chuckled with a reminiscent smile. Okay, now it's your turn, Claire said, taking out a recorder. Something tells me it's something amazing. Hey, you're a reporter? Pink asked with amusement. Yes. Ha, I dare you to publish this story? Is that a threat? No, Blue hastily placated, smacking Pink. What she meant to say was that my story is kinda messed up, and enemies if you ever publish it. Oh, well, I'll be the judge of that. Pink just laughed while Blue sighed. Before that, what do you think of the Marines? Hate him. The Mafia family was oppressing us for so many years, and all they did was take bribes and let the atrocities happen. Okay, and pirates? And specifically Luffy? Well, I hate them too. But I guess if it's a pirate like Luffy, then I like them. And I respect and adore Luffy. He doesn't even know it, but he freed me and a lot of people around these parts and gave us our freedom back. And all he wanted in return was enough money to get him home and a feast. Kel smiled, nodding along. Okay then, I guess I can tell you my story. Well, let's start with my name. I'm Kel and let me tell you the story of the Laughing Pirate. I kinda feel bad leaving them all sobbing like that, Kel said awkwardly as she and her captain made their way to the docks after finishing their conversation with Claire and the others. Yeah, that story does always make people cry. Anyway, you think that reporter chick has the guts to even write that into an actual article? Pink asked with a chuckle. Nope, thought so, but who knows, she met Luffy after all, so she might do something crazy too. Luffy this and Luffy that, not even a mention of his name for months, but ever since we found out that a straw hat wearing man took out the Marlberry Mafia. You've been talking non-stop about him and even dragged me all the way out here. I thought I left him to die, you know. No, I did leave him to die. I felt so guilty. He was the reason we all escaped from that slave camp in the first place and he didn't get out. Hey, I'm the reason you escaped. Kel just giggled and stroked her captain's ego. Yes. I owe my life to you too. And if you weren't there that day at Mariajoy, all of us would have been captured again, no doubt, but still, giving us hope and escaping from the slave camp itself was all Luffy. Yeah, I get it. I guess I owe him a lot too since he saved you. She trailed off, reminiscing the past few months. You know, all those months ago, I would have never imagined that you would become such an integral part of my life and my crew. You're my quartermaster, my doctor and also my first mate. It's hard to believe you when you say you were a sheltered girl before your whole slavery thing. It's like you were born to be a pirate. Yeah, well, something just snapped in me, I guess. Seeing such an innocent and joyous person like Luffy being enslaved like that. I just wanted to make him feel better, so I talked to him. But then they enslaved me to use me against him, and seeing him break, Kel teared up with a sad look on her face. It's okay. You're past that. Pink comforted her with a smile. Your supposed savior is also somehow alive, so all's good. Yeah, Kel happily said as she wiped away her tears. Still, I wonder how he escaped. Let's just ask him when we meet. The reporter chick did say that he'll start his journey into the Grand Line very soon, so if he's anything like his stories make him seem, we will run into him sooner or later. Yeah, Kel nodded, getting a bit more pep to her steps. Well, for now, I think we should concentrate on our adventure. We had to go to the Grand Line after all, and we gotta survive it too. Yes, we'll leave all the treasury stuff and gathering resources to you. Take care of everything. Oh ho, Kel snapped. Acting so high and mighty when you're the main problem. Do you know how much it costs to feed you, you damn gluttonous bitch? And to add insult to injury, you maintain that amazing slim figure and look so sxy. Where does all the food even go? Ah, thank you, Kelly, she cooed. I'm not praising you. Damn it, Kel tried to smack her captain, but she just dodged and ran to the docks laughing while Kel chased her until they reached their ship. It had the Jolly Roger of a grinning skull with long cascading hair, a fringe, lipstick similar to their captain, and behind the skull was what looked like a semi-eaten pizza. Come on, Kel, we're gonna be going to the Grand Line now for real, she yelled as she jumped on the ship where the rest of her crew were waiting. Kel just sighed but had a fond smile as she looked at her other savior and someone who had become her best friend. Yes, Bonnie, Kel smiled as she climbed on. Alright, off to the Grand Line, Jewelry, Bonnie yelled, getting cheers from the rest of her crew.